So just follow the instructions. If you need, like, if you want a connection instruction video, just DM me and just say, hey, can I get the connection video? And I'll shoot you a 35, 45-second connection video, but it's fairly straightforward. So, like, once you pay the $11 per month or the sign up for whichever plan, $11 per month or $29 every 3 months for that knowledge center, then then you just scroll, then you can literally click page one, and then on every single page it shows you how to join Discord, and then there's an instructional, navigational playlist as well. But so yeah, I promise you, it's just fair. It's fairly straightforward. Guys, listen. So, guys, I don't mind going over this every, like, very, very, very rarely will I do this, will I disclose this. So Discord gets this directly to the inbox every single day. Um, So, people. Some people go, "Oh, finally, the dude's finally showing the insider trading plan." I don't gotta pay that $29. Okay, I mean, dude, bro, you're not hurting nobody but yourself. Because what if I decide to go 2 months without showing it like I have been doing before? Then you're gonna be cooked because you're trying to save $29. Whoever you are, I'm just making this up. So, guys, listen. This is what I sent out yesterday at 10 o'clock. They reset the market on that dump on the open. Then they squeezed everyone married to shorts and multi-day buy-side delivery model. Guys, listen, we had class on Sunday, and I gave that lesson on market structure. Does everybody remember what I said in that class on Sunday? When I was like, this is multi-day buy-side delivery, and like half of the people said that this market is bearish because of the news, and then like the other half of people said, yeah, nah, this is bearish because we overextended, we getting ready to pull it back, and half of the people said option number two. Do y'all remember that? Does anybody remember that? Y'all remember that? And I was like, yeah, yeah. And I was like, no, this market is bullish off the hook. Like, this is exactly what I said. I was like, but this market is bullish off the goddamn hook. There's like, there's nothing bearish about this market. The only thing that was bearish was that they were getting ready to slightly pull it back, and then they did it on Monday, but you couldn't trade it because it gapped down 1.5%, and then they shot it up. So that's what was going on. So that's what I mean when I say multi-day buy side. So if you understand where a multi-day buy side, then to make it easier on yourself, if you're one of those people that likes to hold trades indefinitely for like an hour or 2 hours, then you don't need to be looking for shorts. At a minimum, I will identify that for you just to make your job easier. That's why you're in here. Today, okay, so I just said that. That's why I said in the weekly candle close on a 413 weekly outlook, it looks like it's trying to go to the all-time high. They were for sure going higher. That's what I said here on this weekly outlook over here. I said, look at the weekly candles, and it's screaming that it wants to go to the all-time high. This just looked like a weekly pullback, not an Armageddon scenarios that was being portrayed. Buy the dip always reigns supreme. And then I sent you the candles on a weekly basis so you could see exactly what I was looking at. There is no scenario that this upcoming weekly candle is not going to go higher. There was zero scenario. Look at that weekly candle on the SPY. Look at that. Look at that weekly candle on SPX. So we fast forward to today. The HOD meets the EOD means precipitation slightly higher still. When I send this out, you need to not be thinking, hey, I am going to be holding shorts for anything longer than 15 minutes to an hour. You're going to get fucking roasted. 100%. This market is bullish off the chain. Be on alert to QQQ tapping into the 4-hour SIBI created on the 2/3. I believe it will face major resistance here and begin to stall out and target sell side again. This was the QQQ. The QQQ was not open during overnight trading. So you need to use your brain, right? Or if you're confused, ask a question. The QQQ is not open during overnight trading, so they were not going to pull this back. It's only open during the normal trading hours. So which means that the market has to go higher to then tap into that SIBI that's above head, right? So that's what I'm saying. PPI is tomorrow. You need to not do any breakout strategies if that's your edge on this day. The market has a lot of fake false breakouts and will usually fake out, then continue in the main direction it was going to go in for its pursuit of liquidity. Base hits is required for this day, and chasing trades will get you cooked because you'll be buying the top or shorting the bottom quickly, especially considering we are back in deep positive HVL. This will be the case. Okay, and then my journal says PPI, no chasing, and pullbacks have that highlighted. And then obviously the macros are my favorite, like my favorite macros are my favorite time max. Then I have base hits, and then I have the 4 hour Sibi. Then I have delayed intraday sell side. Expect it will slam. What I mean by what I wanted to explain to this was what I mean by delayed intraday sell side is this market is getting ridiculously overextended, okay? Let me look at this 4 hour. Shit, did they inverse that? Shit, they're getting ready to inverse this right over here. This right here was the 4 hour Sibi I was talking about. Look like they want to come up into this one for real. I was not talking about this one. Hmm. I can honestly admit that this market is far more bullish than I thought it was. Because I was talking about them tapping into this one, coming up higher, and then rejecting it in this zone. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say, yeah, this right over here was the 4 hour Sibi on the spot. Nope, that's the daily. This right over here was the 4 hour Sibi I was referencing on the spy. So we're tapping into this now. So this was the one that I referenced inside this morning in the pre-market trading plan in Discord. This 4 hour Sibi is where I think that we're going to start to receive some problems at. I'm being honest with you. I don't see them going to 695 today. I'm getting ready to look at this news and I'm getting ready to see exactly what this news release says right now, this second. So I'm pulling it up right now and Discord can see exactly when I'm looking at holy shit. That core PPI came in at 3.8% and it was forecast for 4.2. May he help us. Wow. That PPI year over year came in at 4% and it was forecast for 4.6. May he help us. That's an outlier. This core PPI, oh my goodness, on a month over month came in at 0.1% and it was forecast for zero point 0.4. That is 4 times smaller than it was supposed to be at. The PPI month over month, which they really pay attention to the core. The month over month even came in at zero point 0.5 and the estimate was 1.1. This is an insane outlier. This is an insane outlier. This is ridiculous. It has not beat that bad in God knows how long. Let's look. It is not. It has not beat that badly in God knows how long. It is not. Last time it beat this badly, it was projected to come in at zero point 0.3 and it came in at negative 0.01. That was September of 2025. That's the only thing that's close. And then before then, nothing has come close other than May of 20. I probably say May 15th of 2025. So this is a once in a yearly almost outlier that just released. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait. I still think they're getting ready to slam this, but that's insane. Okay, that's why the market is squeezing in such a bullish manner. We're goofing around inside this 4 hour Sibi right now on this spy. This is dangerous. Okay, so you need to be on hyper alert right now. Sheesh. They want to take this to the 690. They're gonna take SPY past 690. There's no way in hell I'm shorting this. They want to at least flash 690 on this SPY. Then I think they'll consider going lower. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not even gonna consider shorting until they flash the 690 over here on this SPY. So like I want to see what they're going to be doing from liquidity to liquidity. Then I'll consider taking a position to the contrary. I'm going to wait at least for them to tap this 690 or for them to create an insane first presented. Then I will consider. Okay. I will consider. I'm not going to do anything until that happens. Look at this weird pattern. We need to be on hyper alert now. The spy is goofing around now with this 690. They teased this 690. Why did they just leave that? Why did they not flash 690 on this candle over here at 944? Why did they not do that? You need to ask yourself the question because there's people trading psychological round hole numbers here. Why did they just leave that there? So like if they pull this back, I'm going to assume that they're getting ready to attack higher. You need to be on hyper alert. Be on alert. Be on alert now. You've been warned up here inside the zone. This is dangerous. I just personally think that the risks are skewed to the downside. So I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait. Then I'm gonna consider building into a position contrary. Consider, but again, I have to take base hits on this day. I don't want to loan this top on no PPI day. PPI day is a very weird day now. I cannot explain this day. Just like how I can't explain how it behaves on the FOMC days, the meeting minutes and the FOMC. Last time I ignored this, I got roasted. I'm trying to tell you, like shit like this is fake outs for fuel to go higher. When you see, like, guys, listen, when you see dump candles like this on PPI day, they're fake and they're meant to go higher. This right over here is the shit that I was talking about. So when you see a dump candle like this on PPI, it's meant to go higher because they're going to continue in the direction they're going in. So like they're going to show you candles like this and they're going to squeeze. Then they're going to show you candles like this, and then you short right over here thinking that this SIB is going to be respected, and they squeeze it. Hey, let's not do what we did yesterday. Absolutely not, sir. I'm gonna try not to. Downsize drastically. Base hits. Yesterday was crazy. Got roasted. On what account? One account? Little gap on SPX they're coming for? Hmm. Where? Oh yeah, down here. Talking about this one. Close of 69029. Mm-hmm. Not large enough for me. Mm. What is that? Close of barely. I'll watch this. I'll put an alert over here, but this is barely on my radar. That's barely on my radar. Barely. The only reason why I'm gonna put that there is because this aligns with somewhat of an internal. So like that's one of the internals right over here that they've engineered so far. So 689 is an internal, and 689.03, 688.98, 68. So like this is somewhat of an internal. So if they come lower over here, then they're going to attack that. So that's the only reason why I put that there. But I am on alert to that. They want to flash to 690. I'm telling you, they want a guy body shoot this past this zone. I don't believe this pullback. I don't believe that. I was saying there's no way we should have been trading yesterday while we didn't have SPX. We didn't have our eyes. Yeah, agreed. It was okay at first till I tripled down. Got roasted. I'm not gonna lie. Be on hyper alert. Remember what I said about those pullbacks now? Guys, listen. I cannot explain this. Oh yeah, I already read this. Yeah, I already read that. Okay. All right. Yeah. I thought I didn't read that. Excuse me. Sorry about the PPI. I already read that, so I don't have to repeat myself. Guys, remember what I said. I don't believe them. They want to, guys. I don't believe them. They want to attack this 690 on this spot. I'm trying to tell you, they're trying to attack the 690, man. These people are not here to goof around. They're trying to attack the 690 on this spot, and they're gonna guide by the shooter past the zone. I'm trying to tell you. So any pullback until they do that is fake. Do not short this. So I'm trying I'm trying to tell you this is what they're gearing up for. This is the PPI day. All serious dump red candles until they complete an objective is going to be fake. So, so you can enter. Honestly speaking, like if you have a clear draw on liquidity on PPI and you get like an insane dump candle without them completing a major objective, then you can get a better entry. So like that's how you need to know how to play today. Because correct, you can get a good entry on a clear draw on liquidity because they're going to keep doing a lot of fake outs. So like you'll see a big green body red candle and then it'll immediately be met with a red candle. And then like they'll stack two or three successive green candles together and then they'll give you a huge red candle right after for you to get in. But you need to understand the day that you're trading. I cannot explain it. They only do this on PPI. I'm trying to tell you they're going to shoot this past the 690. Do not short this. I don't care what your strategy calls for. I honestly speaking, you need to be trading your own strategy. You do not need to just be blindly copying my trades. But one thing you're not going to do is that you're not going to short this. They're going to squeeze this on your head top. So like if you short this, hey bro, I shorted this and they dumped it down in the here and I got out real quick. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you short this right now, this is dangerous. They're at least trying to come up into this damn 690 zone. I still think they're going to pull us back overall, and then they get ready to hunt sell side. But why not wait for a better entry or for more confirmation at least? I am not going to short this until I see a godly of a first presented Sibby. There's no reason why why I'm entering into any position up here. I am waiting to short it right now. So I want to see them squeeze this higher from this zone. Then I will short. They are going to start hunting sell side. I probably say within like the next 15 minutes. They're just keeping us up here, and they got like one more climax in them. I can see what they're doing. They got about one more climax in them, then they're gonna start dumping this. I'm just not gonna jump the gun on this beforehand because I jumped the gun on that yesterday and I got into a pickle. And correct. Or what? Yeah, exactly. You need to be on hyper alert. Be on alert. There's a volume balance over here on this SPX that they will attack. They will attack this at some point in time. But I'm not going to jump the gun on that. They need to pop this 690, then I'll consider shorting it. They need to pop that damn 690 first. It's the 950 macro. Be on alert. I don't believe them. They're going to have to prove it to me they're trying to go lower. I don't believe them. This is looking a little too smooth for me. They're going to have to displace from this zone and seriously scare people out. Then I'll consider shorting it. Here is the first target on the sell side. This is the first internal on the sell side. If you have the balls to short this, because I'm not gonna tell you what not to do. I don't know. Like you might want to short this on 3 micros, and you might have a 150K account that you want to scale into, start taking base hits, and get like $400 or $500. I don't know. So if you are shorting this right now, you need to be out whenever this volume balance on this SPX gets filled allegedly. If that's what you're trying to do. And so that coincides with the 939 candle close over here on the ES here. So when they sweep this and when they tap into this 5 minute BISI, you need to be out of the trade if you are trying to short this. And I'm not going to short this. I'm going to wait. That's what I'm going to do personally. Let me look at this damn Lululemon. Look at the Nvidia. Yeah, absolutely. Look at the Meta squeeze into oblivion. Look at the Adobe. Look at the Tesla squeeze. Look at the Amazon. Everything's green. Excuse me. Whole Mag 7 green. Nvidia up 1.8%. Good morning, Van. Be on alert. Little gap on SPX they're coming for. I'm not going to jump the gun on this. They're going to come back for this, but I think after they flash the 690 on this on this spot, me shorting this before I get a first presented is not worth it. I'm not going to do that. Not with this above head. I'm not going to do that because they left this right over here. They left this over here, and I just think this move is fake. So I'm not going to short this. I think they're trying to come to the 690. That's what I think in my brain. They're going to have to prove to me that they're not trying to go to 690. I just think this is fake, and I think they're ready to squeeze this higher. And I do not think that they're interested in trying to go lower until otherwise. But I don't have any immediate draws in liquidity other than other than the fact that they just missed the 690. So I took a trade yesterday. Excuse me. Sorry. I took a double top on ES and Q. Where? This right over here is higher. I mean, like, yeah, you have this high at 690.25, 690.25, 690.25. But this point right over here jets out further because it's 1 or 2 minutes beforehand. I wouldn't necessarily I wouldn't necessarily call this a double or triple top. You want to know why? Because this high right over here, literally the candle before it is higher. Like It needs to be like this. It needs to look like this, and like it needs to go like this, like that. It can't like this is not a like this is not a triple top. Like you can't look at this and go, "Hey, that's a triple top," when this high right over here is higher because they're going off of this. They're rounding this out. I'm unsure what they're getting ready to do. First target on the sell side is here, but I don't trust them. I do not trust these people, man. I'm trying to tell you they're going to deceive you. And they're pulling this back and it's being deceptive. It's being deceptive because we're in positive HVO, so the candles are being suppressed. Yo, how do you find volume balances? It's just like literally like you just looked to where one candle closed and then the following candle opened up at, and like if there's a gap there, then you measure the low or the high of the previous candle, and is that distance is the volume balance. There's multiple lessons inside the Discord for the volume balances. Just shoot me a message or shoot a message inside here, and then go over to the film review channel, and then you can see the lessons on them and about how to calculate them. But I calculate them every single day. Like this right here could essentially be considered a daily volume balance because there was nothing traded in between here. So this is a daily volume balance. Why? Because we closed at 617.39 and then the low of this candle is 620.10. So the volume balance distance on this candle over here is 280 ticks. But it's a daily volume balance. Like it's just not like I'm not gonna take day trades off of that because anything can happen over the course of a day. You can blow your account on a 1 minute candle. So I'm not gonna do that. We need to be on hyper alert up here. They're about to start hunting sales out here shortly. The only reason why I'm not sure this is because I think they got one more squeeze in them, and they're pulling us back in a deceptive manner. We opened and we squeezed up in a straight line until 9:44, and we just went sideways. They have done nothing today. The only way that you made money today is if you blindly longed within the first 60 to 90 seconds of the market opening and you just blindly longed it because you figured it was going to squeeze higher because of the precipitation play. There's nothing else. Yeah. They're about to attack the 690 over here on this spot. This is the first zone that they're getting ready to come to. Remember, that's why I'm not shorting right now. We need to be on hyper alert. Timestamp 10 o'clock. They just closed this shit up here at the high on that hourly candle. Let's look at this hourly candle. That hourly candle looks, no. Because that's the hourly New York candle. That hourly candle looks bullish as shit. Hmm. That shit looks bullish to me. That is not that is not screaming I'm trying to reverse to go lower right now. That looks like it might precipitate and squeeze higher. I'm not going to call their bluff. Yeah, 100%. I agree, man. I watched some guy blindly long the open and that little drop liquidated him into a 3K drawdown. That's crazy. I don't know why people do that. Like like they'll just see green and they'll just blindly full port green because they see the market open up green. I'm not gonna lie, I used to do that when I first started trading because because I just thought, hey, green, why not market go higher? So let me buy it. So let me be on the green side. Red mean market bad, so let me short it. I promise you, when I first started day trading, that's what I said. That's what I was doing. But boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. Where did I get that? Where did I get that quote from? Boy, was I wrong. Got that from some song. Boy, was I wrong. all of my transit district. That appears that that's my strategy. One, two, I believe where. Trump pump. It's more likely that Trump tweets something and NQ lagging behind. Mm, yes. One, two, I believe. Mm, where? I don't see one. This is dangerous. They better start hunting sell side here shortly. Mm. If I short this, then they're gonna go to 690. I'm trying to tell you. They're gonna squeeze this. They're gonna squeeze this spot to this damn 690, boy. If you short this, they're gonna squeeze this spot to the 690. I'm trying to tell you. Out the door. Mm. Yeah, I'm not gonna jump ahead of this objective. They're gonna squeeze us to the 690. They're gearing this up. They're lagging the NQ behind on purpose because if NQ bounces up into the zone, SPY is going to flash 690. They're doing this on purpose. SPY hasn't gone anywhere since 9:45. Some since 9:42. It has gone nowhere. But NQ is pulling it back. They're doing this on purpose because because they're going to use this 15-minute BISI on the NQ as fuel to then propel ES higher. They're doing this on purpose. I'm trying to tell you they're about to squeeze this. I am not going to short this shit. ES has been going sideways and NQ has been pulling it back into this 15-minute BISI shit. They best case scenario, they're gonna come into the zone, then they're gonna use this as fuel to shoot this higher. This is bullish off the chain. I can see what they're doing before my very eyes. This right over this shit right here over here is fake. They were only doing this to gain fuel on one of these assets, and they're going to piggyback off of each other, and then they're going to take this spy past this 690. I'm trying to tell you, I can see what they're doing now. It just became evident, and now my safe indicator is going off because this is too smooth. This is too smooth. They're not going to just. They're not just going to go like this. Why would they do that for? They're not going to do that. At a minimum, they're going to flash this. And I I will fully admit that I am wrong in this scenario if they do not flash this higher. And I promise you, because I have no idea what guys, because I have no problem with admitting that I was wrong. I will say, man, you know what, I was wrong, and they were trying to dump this faster than I thought they were, and I should have shorted that. But I am not going to short this because I know what this means. I know what they're doing. I can see what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? You see that shit? I know what this means. I'm not going to short this. That shorting it is the last thing that I'm going to do. I know what this means. They're going to flash to 690. The HOD is now 690 even. They're going to go higher. They're going to God body shoot this through the zone. On what, SPY? Should we pass that? On what, ES? You mean February month high? Because we had it, because, yeah, because we already passed March high. Oh, March high is right over here. Shoot, as a matter of fact, we just eclipsed March high just now on that one push just now. You were correct. That's exactly what they just did. This is bullish off the chain. So yeah, we just took out March's high from the second. This is bullish off the chain. This is bullish. Now listen, you have a decision to make. They did exactly what I said they was getting ready to do. They just which is what I was anticipating. They just flashed at 690. Now here's the deal. If you short this, you are shorting it with the people that were waiting on 690 and that like to short whole numbers. So those people a lot of times don't get the chance to participate either because they'll squeeze it up a little bit higher and then they'll go lower. So I'm using a chain of progression here. I don't want to be on any side. I don't want to be on any side of the fence that 98% of people are on the side of. I will lose because I'm telling you that's what they're targeting. So I think that they're gearing up to reverse this market. But because of that, I am going to wait for a first presented first. That is the safer thing to do. They don't have to go lower. You do know that, right? They could just keep squeezing us into oblivion. We just had an insane outlier on the PPI. So I am going to wait for a liquidation candle of some sort in order for these people that just press this short button over here on the 0DT chain, in order for them to admit defeat when their contracts go down 40% somewhere into the 690, 691 zone. Then I will consider jumping in front of this train. I don't think they're going to stop at 690. They're going to squeeze this higher. You need to be listening to the things that I'm saying, and then you need to see it in real time for yourself so that you can believe. They use this 15-minute BISI as fuel that I was telling you about. This pullback over here was fake. It's PPI. They're going to give you a chance to enter. So you needed to be listening to what I was saying. If you on the options chain, i.e. Shard, i.e. my boy Rashard, or or who else changed it? Maybe Life's MVP. I know Matt Blanchard be trading the options chain inside here. Some other members inside there be trading the options chain, and who else been here doing it? Um, what's bro name? Um, yeah, forget bro name. Damn, who be in here trading? I forget. Um, no, yeah, Phantom and tripping, bro. Um, lost my train of thought. Sorry. Um, um, who be in here doing that? Ryder. That's it, Ryder. Yeah, shit. My bad. I forgot my boy's name. Shit. I'm sorry. I had a blank out. My brain got cooked. So you'd have been listening to what I was saying from that pre-market. Like I'm just saying, like, cause I don't know your strategy. But when I said this shit is fake, you need to have been considering base hits up into 690. So like on this pullback over to here, like I'm illustrating stuff like this. And if it aligns with your analysis, then you take it. But don't just blindly take a trade because I'm saying it. Obviously, they know this, but I'm just saying this for everybody else. Like it needs to align with your analysis and what you've backtested and what I'm telling you PPI is like. So if you have a clear drawn liquidity, and if I say why have they not taken out 690, then you need to be figuring and like I'm showing you this thing is basing here like this. Ahead of the 690, you need to be going, can I take a base hit off of this? Hmm. What can I get on the option? What can I profit off of a 15th of a percent base hit to the upside or maybe a 2 or 3 day expiration contract? So I don't get destroyed by 0DT because they go sideways for like 5 more minutes before they do so. Or they give me one shakeout candle and then they go higher. So I need like 2 or 3 days expiration at least. Can I make like a quick little 10, 15% off of this? Or I don't know what it would be, 20, 30, 20, 15, 20, 25% or something. That needs to be your mindset. And then when I'm saying, hey, they're flashing a 690, they're getting ready to come up here higher, then you can take maybe one more green candle push to the upside. Obviously, if it aligns with what you've backtested now, they just took out this high over here. You need to be on hyper alert. I now think it is dangerous to be in longs right now. This is dangerous now. They have no business at this point in time in my brain hanging around up here inside the zone. This is extremely dangerous. They've been squeezing us all morning. They got a 4 hour SIBI up here into the zone, but I'm unsure how serious they are about that. High this candle is 6966. They shit. They just popped this high just now. High this candle is 696625. High this candle is 697. They just popped this high just now in this 4 hour. They're taking out a lot of these major internals. This is a major external over here. They want to just squeeze us into oblivion, it appears. Be on alert. Look at this market squeeze nonstop. I am going to wait for it first presented to form. I'm not going to jump in front of this moving train. So help me God. I'm not going to do that. They could just keep squeezing into oblivion. They do not have to go lower. What are you trading? NQ futures on my prop firm accounts. My prop firm funded. They don't have to go lower. This was another fake out on the PPI. Do not believe any God body red candles today. It's going to be fuel to go in the opposite direction. Remember what I told you about today. Every single dump red candle has been immediately met with has been met with the opposite candle. You see what I'm saying today? And go higher. I'm trying to tell you they're fake outs. You need to have a clear draw on liquidity today and take a base hit out of that shit. So someone needs to be explaining the draws and liquidity for you today on this day. It is PPI day. I back tested this day, and that was to why I lost years ago in the past. I have back tested and forward tested this day. I'm trying to tell you there's a lot of fake outs. You need to be on alert. This is the part of the children's story where people that like to jump the gun, they get hurt because their RSI is screaming overbought into the zone, and then they just go sideways and they squeeze it higher like this. Their RSI or that MACD is saying overbought, and it's screaming. That is a lagging indicator. You're going to get roasted. Oh, Franco says I do. Yeah, yeah. My boy Franco trades it as well. Same exact thing. You'd have a clear drawn liquidity and take a base hit. This is dangerous at this point in time. NQ is now lagging behind, and NQ is not squeezing with the same ferocity as ES is. I have no idea what the vendetta is on the ES. They have a vendetta on shorts right now. Look at this 15-minute Sibby here. Jesus, may he help us. It's best to be on alert. Wow, look at that liquidation squeeze. They're about to start on the sell side in a minute. They're gearing this up. They just wanted to hurt the people that were trying to short the psychological round whole number 690 so they can get out up here at the top. Then they're about to start hunting again. What do you mean by squeeze? This here. This right here is a squeeze with no remorse. Like like they open it and they squeeze it, then they go sideways for 15 minutes and they squeeze it higher. Squeeze means unadulterated, just this. Just nonsensical with no pullback. And they can also squeeze it like this. This right over here is a squeeze too. Some shit like that. That's a squeeze. A squeeze can be this. A flash dump like this, and they do this. And they go like that. Just unadulterated, just despair. A squeeze makes you go, what are they doing up here? Why are they doing this for? Like, where like every single candle in the opposite direction where they're going is met by the candle in the direction of where they're going. And like you're sitting here trying to figure out why this is happening. And you can't get out. They're they're doing this on purpose. They're not giving you a chance to get out on the short side. They're doing this on purpose nonstop. They're not giving you a chance to get out. And there's going to be an insane climax up here at the top, and then they're going to reverse. I'm not going to jump from this moving train. So help me God. I'd rather sit here and spectate from the side. They want to squeeze this. This is an insane outlier. You have not seen PPI come in this cool in 1 year. So I have no idea when they're going to stop. This market's up another percentile today because of how we closed yesterday. It was going to precipitate higher. I had no idea that PPI was going to come out like that. I had no idea. I mean, it just added more fuel to the fire, sure. But on that daily SPY close, there's no way in hell that they was going to take this lower. If I was paying attention and like if I was at my desk, I would have blindly bought a call. We need to be on hyper alert because NQ is lagging behind. and they've been squeezing this nonstop. You need to be on hyper alert. They might start hunting sell side. Timestamp 10:18. It's about time for them to start hunting sell side. First target, first target for me. Honestly speaking, if I'm jumping the gun, is going to be this 5 minute. Is going to be this 5 minute BISI over here, lower. So let me see how many ticks this is over here. Let me see how many ticks. So this is about 100 ticks to the downside on this trade over here. That's going to be the first target should you elect to jump the gun on this. Again, I'm on my prop firm account, so I have to go smaller size on this. If I short this, you need to understand this is a lot more dangerous than waiting for a first presented. So I'm warning you right now before I press this button now. I'm shorting this right now, and I'm warning you right now before I press this button. I'm just trying to get my feet wet over on 66 to the downside. You cannot jump the gun on trades like this against a trend like this on large size. You will blow your account. You need to be sized for risk management mode because there's not a first present. There's nothing you can manage your risk off of. It's just that I just think that NQ is lagging behind, so I think they're getting ready to start hunting the sell side. But on something like this, when you're jumping a gun, you need to be out on base hits. So you can't just jump the gun and just blindly just hold against the trend. You will get roasted. Okay, so I'm in the short right now. And I'm gonna try and get 66 to the downside off of this. 66 in this environment is a lot hard. Is very very hard to come by. Okay, so this is about a 60 tick base hit on 3 contracts, which is about $100. The first serious internal that needs to be swept is them coming over here into the zone over here at 25,741. But again, I'm just trying to get my feet wet right now on this trade here. When they start pulling this back, they're going to attack this 25,743. Okay, so we're jumping a gun on this right now. Why? Because there is no first presented. If I can squeeze out a few base hits like this and be up $200, $300, $400 before they give me a first presented, then so help me God, then that's just a great thing. Okay, great. I think that they're about to start hunting sell side here shortly. So I'm jumping a gun on this right now. So I'm willing to double and dabble with this slightly before they do so. If you don't feel comfortable with that, and if you feel personally like, hey man, you know what I need to be doing, man? I need to be trading them damn trend line trades, and I need to be taking clear draws and liquidity, so that I can stack my account up. Then do not take these trades that I'm taking. Do not do that. Or hey man, I got $200 left. Or man, I got $500 left on this drawdown on this account. Man, you know what? I don't need to be doing no shit like that. Then don't do that. You need to exercise discretion, which is where the knowledge portion comes in at. And you need to understand how I trade and which accounts that I'm trading first, and then you can exercise the discretion. Pull the plug on the what? I took calls at the QQ. I got in at 102. I took the 620 strike for 110, and I took profits at 362 contracts. Good job, Phantom. Best to be on alert, TJ says. Absolutely, sir. This is a trade. Yeah. This is a trade that I might be willing to structure a little bit later. So I'm seeing how they're engineering liquidity. There's nothing that I'm managing my risk off on this trade. If you're a newbie beginner and you don't understand what I'm doing, then you need to ask yourself the question: maybe I should not be taking the trades to where he says there's nothing where he's managing his risk off of. Those are a little bit more risky. I am going to wait for a first presenter like how he instructed. Correct. I think that they're about to start hunting sell side though. And then when they do, honestly speaking, I think they're getting ready to come down and over here and sweep this. How many ticks is it from here to here? It's about 120 ticks. 120 ticks is about $180, which will constitute as a trading day for me. Should should they elect to sweep that? I gotta watch this. I'm waiting on the engineer this liquidity. If they give me a first presented, I am going to double the size in this position. Again, I'm only in 3 contracts. If they give a first presented here, then they're going to take out this 25,742 level. Timestamp Look at this weird pattern they got going on over here. ES is trying to roll over at this point in time. ES is trying to roll over. If ES decides to reattack 690, this is going to TP this trade out over here on this NQ, which is exactly what I'm looking at. That sounds like an excuse to hold your losers right now. No, 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 no. I'm only down $70, bro. I'm at three micros, so I would not do this on any on super large size, and I'm willing to structure myself into this trade, and I'm waiting to I'm waiting to see liquidity be engineered because I personally think I have a hunch that the carousel has stopped spinning here. So I'm jumping the gun slightly on this. And if they just squeeze it higher, then I will wait for liquidity to be engineered and I will target that set liquidity. And then worst case scenario, then I'll go risk management mode out of that. Or I'll just admit defeat. He said, oh, I got you. It's MQ. Yeah, correct. So yeah, now you can see my real P&L right there. So that P&L that you see is exactly how much I'm down. So like there is no transparency, transparency discrepancies over here. So, but you've been following me for a while, Dean, James Dean, James. I'm going to wait here. I want to see liquidity be engineered. Timestamp 1024. I'm trying to go for 25,742 on this trade. A little bit more than I'm down close to one. I'm down close to 1 hour right now on this trade on three contracts. They very well could keep squeezing this. I mean, they're serious. Absolutely. Might get that push, but my bias is we're not going to go too much lower. Yeah, I agree. This was an insane outlier on the news event, but I think they're about to start on the sell side here shortly. I'm not going to add anything more to this until I get bearish confirmation. So I'll just sit here all day. Timestamp 1025. Ugh. Amazon up 24% in 10 days. Wow. Wow. We're waiting on this market. Guys, I'm waiting on two things. I'm waiting for this market structure to shift here. That's what I'm waiting on. Or I'm waiting on them to engineer more liquidity and do something like this, and then engineer more liquidity higher, and then create a bearish imbalance. Then I would target said liquidity like this. I can do this right now based off of the size that I'm in. You need to understand that. So like I'm waiting on them to do something like this, a little bit higher, engineer more liquidity, and then whenever they give me something bearish, I can manage my risk off of like something like this or something like I first presented. Then I can double the size on this trade, and then I can begin to target the simple draws and liquidity lower that they've engineered here into these zones. Okay? So that's what I'm waiting on. You can do that if you were sized accordingly and if you have a clear hunch. But I can't control how long they decide to go sideways and when they decide to start hunting sell side. I personally cannot control that. So, but what I can control is I can look at this chart and yeah, I can look at this chart though, and I can look at liquidity being engineered. I can do that. So can you add to your position if it's above your sell list order? What happens? What do you mean? Of course you can. Yeah, you can keep on adding to position, but it needs but it needs to be strategic, and like you need to have an idea in mind in regards to how you're trading. That's what needs to be done. They're squeezing this higher into oblivion. Look at the ES squeeze higher. If they're displaced higher from the zone, then I'll be looking at this liquidity over here on the 697. I'm structuring this trade to then get into a better position to the short side that I think is inevitably going to come at some point in time today. Just so you're aware. They're now flirting with this 690. No, they had already taken out 691 on this candle. So the people that were over, so the people that shorted over here at 690, they're sweating their balls off or their tits off, however you want to look at it. They're sweating them off because they thought that shorting at 690 was a good idea. So they took it up here to the 691 zone I was talking about. So they're just squeezing this higher into oblivion. I'm going to wait for liquidity to be engineered before I even remotely consider adding or building into this position to the short side. Why? Because they could just keep squeezing. I need a clear drawn liquidity first. This appears at about to start on the sell side right now. This is dangerous to be short. I'm sorry, this is dangerous to be long. Mm. Look at this weird staircase and pattern I got going on over here. Timestamp 10:30. They closed up here at the high. It's probably going to precipitate slightly higher. They want to squeeze. How do you reset your entry if you're trying to add? What happens to your drawdown? You don't necessarily reset the entry. You just so like if you enter in so like right now if I add 3 more micros, I'll only be down 70 ticks on this trade because it gets averaged in. So I'll only be down 70 ticks, which is nothing in this environment. I'm getting ready to add 3 more micros onto this. I just added 3 more micros onto this trade, and I'm in 6 right now, and so my average is over here, and I'm still trying to target this lower drawn liquidity. So like I'm structuring into this trade right now. Remember what I said? I was only trying to get 60 ticks to the downside off of this, but I still think this market is getting ready to reverse sometime soon over here. So I was trying to get 60 ticks to the downside, and that still coincides with something over here, down over here into the zone. But I'm going to watch this. So I'm down 70 ticks right now over here at this top. I'm structuring this trade into this liquidity. They got this weird ass staircase and pattern they got going on over here. So my confidence level is soaring on this. I think that it's about time for them to start hunting sell side sometime soon over here. So I doubled the size on this trade. Again, I'm jumping the gun on this because there's not been a first presented. But they got this weird pattern over here. That was the reason why I added onto this trade. Shar said he can't get his mic to work. What the hell is going on? Hmm. Got in a Tesla call off the bounce of Bill Labissi at 358. Could got rolled out to 360. Could still be going to 360, but he got more knowledge than me. 22% from me. Great job, brother. Yeah, brother. How you seriously begin to bounce back is going to be off of those base hits, Shar, for sure. Great job. Base hits are 20% going to do it every single time. What's going on with your mic? I wonder what's up with Shar's mic. Hmm. They got this weird ass pattern going on over here. I think they're about to start in sell side. on 50 ticks on this trade. Oh, excuse me. If they run this weird pattern over here, then they're going to attack this 765 liquidity over here at this bottom. Maybe target these candle bodies over here before they get to this one of this 5 minute busy support. Be on alert now. We're in positive H. Mm, okay, cool. Yeah, we need to be on alert though because this is positive HVO, so it can be deceptive. Like a flash red candle could come out of nowhere. Yo, bro, what's going on with your mic, bro? We need to shoot. We might need to FaceTime, bro, so that we can figure out what's going on with that mic that you got going on, bro. Cause yeah, we love to get you to talk. Obviously, like if you want to say something for sure, gotta see what's going on with that. Is like, is it your mic or you think it's Discord? Which one you think? We need to be on alert. Timestamp 10:34. How many ticks is this to the downside? 80 ticks. I was only trying to get 60 off of three. This is positive HVO, so it's going to be insanely deceptive. This is ridiculous. Hmm. Waiting for a first presented. Still no first presented, as in it's not safe to enter. Hmm. Is your TP at 743? No, my TP was over here before this one of this 5 minute Sibi cluster. That was my original TP. But it appears that they want to squeeze this. But I'm gonna still wait. Because I think this I still think I still think they get rid of the sell side until proven otherwise. But the maximum amount I'm willing to risk on this trade today on these prop firm accounts is about $500 because I don't want to go risk management mode and then potentially blow my account and because I'm trying to get 3 more trading days and then once I get that approved, win, lose, or draw, I'm just trying to register trading days. It's not like with Apex where like I have to win. I just need to register trading days. So like obviously I would prefer to be green. So like these are my objectives. And like once I get that and I request this payout this week, then I'll be on my second payout. And then I'm going to trade conservatively for get 10 more trading days and I'm going to request another maximum payout on these sets of accounts. And then hopefully after that, then they will begin to move me live. And I got about $7,000 in drawdown on these accounts. But the maximum I can take over to a live account is 5,000. But when they do that, they're going to merge all of my funded accounts together, and I have like 6 or 7 funded accounts with at least 4 or 5, $6,000 in balance. So like I don't want to mess up a 60 of let's just say conservatively 6 times 5 because that's the max I can bring over a $30,000 live prop account. That that if I just trade conservatively for 10 days, I can take the entire balance out. So like I don't want to fuck that up. So my personal pain threshold in this trade is about $500 that I'll be willing to admit defeat on. So that's my personal pain threshold in this trade here. Married to your bias, fam. No, I'm not. I will admit that I'm wrong if I go down more than $500. I think I just so I didn't see that message until you said that because the messages don't have timestamps. You sounded long, but you're trying to sell, man. Cut your losses. Then you got to mark up your supply and demand. Chase D says, yeah. I'm not going to close the trade up at the top. I'm not going to do that. I mean, if that's what you like to do, then that's fine. I mean, I respect your opinion. I'm being dead serious. Like, I legitimately respect that. But I know that I win 88% of the time I press this button. And I understand what kind of day today is. So that's just me. I mean, like, again, nobody can tell you how to trade other than yourself. You have to have the confidence in regards to what you back tested. And I feel as though I know this market like the back of my hand. I mean, do your thing. I couldn't do your risk to reward. Yeah, absolutely. You got to trust your intuition. And so again, they still haven't given a first presented. If they give a first presented, this trade is going to TP out. That's why I was jumping the gun on this trade. That candle right there is somewhat believable. That aggression up there at the top of this shit was somewhat believable. They might give a first presented off of this candle, but if they do it in enough of a convincing manner, they're going to run this shit and they're going to TP this trade out of it at this bottom. So I'm going to still hold on to this trade. This right over here was a first presented. I'm still not going to add to this trade though. Why? Because this is just the first presented at the top of an insane liquidation move. And I'm already inside the trade and my average is here. You don't average in lower than where you originally averaged in at. So my average in is right at the consequent encroachment of this first presented. So I'm going to wait. I'm not going to add anything more. So I essentially accomplished my goal in regards to what I was trying to do. Spy is goofing around over here, and they got this weird pattern over here, and they got this weird staircase and pattern. If Spy decides to even remotely attack 690, it's going to TP this trade out. I think they were just trying to stop these people out over here, and I think they're about to start hunting sell side now. I'm not going to move this trade to break even. I'm in 6 contracts, and I'm going to just let it ride. Why? Because if they just remotely this, why? Because the next serious drawn liquidity for them to have any fuel, like if they seriously want to go higher, they're going to have to take this. They're going to have to sweep this liquidity here. If they just relentlessly squeeze this shit out into oblivion from the zone, then goddamn, I'll shake their hand. But I'm looking at this, and if they are seriously trying to gain fuel to then never ever return back ever again into oblivion, then I think that they have to come over here to this 1 and this 5 and this 15-minute busy. That's just what I just naturally think. That's just what I'm thinking in my brain. I'm still not going to add anything more to this trade. Never mind. Your TikTok is frozen. Never mind. It was me. Okay, good. That's an inverse FEGE. That's taking it out right now. Absolutely. 80 ticks with 3 markers in a dream. Bought at the top right there. Yeah. You bought or you sold? They're coming up now to test this first presented. They're now testing this first presented. This right over here is going to be key here. Do they do this or do they inverse this here? This is going to be key here. They're now engineering liquidity, believe it or not. Somewhat they are. This market is still immediate term bullish, but this is the first chance that you have to remotely begin to delve into a short. This is the first sign that the market is somewhat beginning to cool off. Somewhat. Anything before, you were just jumping the gun. I hope that they target sell side. I don't know. We'll see. With that much imbalance off that red, to make FVG would make like an FVG sell. Yeah, potentially. We gotta watch this. They could still squeeze it from the zone. They're reacting to this first presented. They're reacting to it. You can see it. You can see that red candle reaction. I have no idea which way they're getting ready to go out of this. But I do know that that you being that if you started a position right now, you are in far more of a favorable position than than anyone that was down in here trying to guess that this market was going to pull back. You are in a far more favorable position, at least. I do know that much. Because I mean, isn't the whole isn't the whole goal for trading to be just to put yourself in more favorable positions? Isn't that it? All an FEG shows how much an imbalance the institutions push from supply or demand. Correct. Correct. You're reading price action in real time. Correct. Yeah, and FEG is nothing more than imbalance. That's all it is. But you can read it. You can see it. You can see that when we tapped here, we're rejecting it. It's telling you something. Each one tells a story. Now, I don't pay attention to all of them, but they tell a story. So trading off an impulse is more risky. Depends on how you structure it. You can't trade every imbalance. They're not. They're all not created the same. But I tell you what, though, how is support and resistance and supply and demand going to save you from some shit like this? From like a liquidation squeeze like this? How is it going to save you? When they just how is it going to save you when they just butter through these zones like this? Because the book would tell you that this is resistance, but then we butter straight through it in a straight line. It's like supply and demand. How is that going to be the case? Like how? I'm being like I'm being serious. Like how? They don't care about support and resistance or supply and demand. They'll just attack it randomly. How? The how? Hmm. Is Robert actually going to lower the PDT rule to 2,500? I have absolutely no idea. I heard about that. Remember what I said about them needing to gain fuel to go higher? This market is still bullish overall, but I'm trying to target these internals over here. So, like, if they start to roll this shit over and start to hunt sell side, then they have to come here to then go higher. This is positive HVO, so this trade could take damn near 45 minutes, honestly speaking. This is not negative. If this was negative HVO, they would have flash banners to this floor. Might as well tighten stop for where the supply and demand dojis are instead. Oh, I don't trade with a stop loss because I'll mentally cut it, and I'm sized accordingly 9.9 times out of 10 to admit defeat. And I'll cut a trade if it's like if I no longer feel it's no longer risk advantageous. I promise you I will. I got no issues with that. I'll manage my emotions. I don't let a line tell me when to get in and out of the market. I'm looking at the market, I'm looking at the counterbodies, and I'm reading the price action in real time. It appears as though they want to squeeze. Talk to me. Mm-hmm. For which one? Let me see. Yeah. Mm. The key to catching this is saying. Yeah, those ones are definitely 100% left up to interpretation, which is why those really aren't my favorite too much. But yeah, above or below that, and look for inverses nestled around 1034. If we see an inverse around 1034, then price closing above or below 1034 in line with that inverse, and you'll be high probability to enter the market in that direction. 1034 root itself acts as a strong floor or ceiling. Yeah. was 1034. Yeah. hmm It's struggling over here with this candle, but hmm, hmm. Let me see here. 1110 often, 1110, 1149 often time distortion. Root candles to use during this time, 1110 to 1121. We have observed that in many cases, 1110, 1121, like to price each other. Hmm. Hmm. I'm reading this right now. Hold on. It's been a while. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. So what's the conclusion that you're drawing from it, Mel? The 1034. What's the conclusion? That they're getting ready to start hunting sell side based off of the inverse that they did after 1034 from this? Is that what you're saying? Like, what's the conclusion that you're drawing from it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I think
I was
too.
just trying to, yeah, I was just trying to come to the conclusion as to why he would hold them.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, it kind of makes sense. I'm just trying to play everything out in my head.
Oh yeah, nah. I'm holding just strictly based off of the fact that they've been hunting by like just psychologically they've been hunting by side this entire time, and not one time during this entire journey have they decided to hunt sell side. And so they got this weird staircase and pattern over here. So I doubled the size on this trade. And I think this market is bullish overall. But I think, honestly speaking, that if they're seriously trying to squeeze into oblivion, that they have to hunt small internals. So I doubled the size on this trade, and then the next zone for them to seriously gain fuel to go higher is here. So honestly speaking, like that's the logic from this. And so we keep on rejecting this 1 minute Sibi over here and we haven't inversed it yet. So I don't know what that means. But my average is, but I averaged in basically at the top of this Sibi here anyway. So that's what I'm looking for. Um, and it just happens to align that what I'm doing aligns with that 1034, but you know, but the 1034 and those other routes, like, like those aren't my necessarily bread and butters. Those aren't my ironclad models. Personally, for me personally, but a lot of the times the trades that I do take align with them. So yeah, I'm just watching this. So we'll see. We'll see how this shakes out. ES is just squeezing nonstop into oblivion. NQ is trying to go lower, but ES is just squeezing into oblivion, and it's forcing NQ higher. Timestamp 1052. This is an intraday trade that I'm in. If I lose anything more than $500, then I'll be worried. Why? Because I'm not going to blow up my account and lose $30,000 in cash. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be married to this idea. So if they decided to splash from the zone and get me nervous because I'm like, man, you know what, that idea was cooked, and you know what, I jumped the gun on this, then so be it. I will cut this trade and I will admit that I am wrong. I promise to God I will cut a trade and admit that I'm wrong so fast your head will spin. But then I will not trade that account because why would I? I registered it as a trading day. Why would I do that? Honestly speaking, I could cut this trade right now at down $250 per account. that'll count as a trading day, and I'll be perfectly fine. But I'm not gonna do that because I think they start hunting sell side here shortly. Luckily, I scalped that short. Jesus, yep, this is exactly. We're waiting on this market structure to shift, so that's the trade that I'm taking. It'll take some time in positive HVL. So we're waiting on this market structure to literally shift right now. So God knows how long that'll take. I have no idea. They just inversed that BISI just now. I mean that SIBI just now. 'Cause I could have very well took a base hit there lower. I very well could have done that, but I did not do that. Excuse me. Timestamp 10:55. 5 point trend line on MNQ. Jesse says from Discord. Where? Talking about that? Or are you talking about this? Ooh. You talking about this, Jesse? Hmm. Or are you looking at this, Jesse? Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Trend line. Hmm. ES is just on a one man recognition right now. They want to squeeze it into oblivion. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look at how bullish. They're about to start on the sell side. Hold on. It's starting to roll this over. Look at that trend line. average in here. I don't want to add anything more because that's too close. Hmm. I'll watch this. Hmm. Good eye, Jesse. E, where's the music? Oh shoot, I forgot about the music. Good eye. Thank you, sir. Thanks, Dad. Yeah. Go look it up. Turn on that shiesty. I'm just glad the market is all over the place. Came into that thing like it has some sort of home training a little bit. SMT, right? Hmm. Nah, not really. We're waiting on this market structure to shift. I want to add more to the trade with this trend line over here, but I'm not going to add in to where my original add in here was just too close. Why? Because they could squeeze and I'll be cooked. One of the biggest rules about dollar cost averaging is when a position is slightly going against you, you don't dollar cost average into more again where you would just dollar cost average at or lower. You don't do that. They're coming into contact with this trend line. They're going to snap this trend line. I'm trying to tell you, they're coming into contact with this trend line. This is bearish to me. They're goofing around with this trend line. If I add more to this trade, it is going to change the entire complexion of this trade. It is going to turn into something it is not. So I will not be able to comfortably sit here and goof around all day with this, like this. I will not be able to do that. I need to be right 100% about the direction of this trade if I do so. Okay, so you need to be aware of that. So like I can't just goof around with the same freedom if I double in right now and I double down. I cannot do that. So we need to be on alert for that. They're goofing around with this trend line now. Now is the time where the beginner traders have something to potentially manage their risk off, not manage the risk off, but to potentially structure a base hit out of, like the beginner traders. Like here's a legitimate trend line to where you can begin to structure a base hit out of, like 3, 4 micros, 60 ticks to the downside of some sort, and be out whenever we flash 779. This is like a beginner's trade that I would begin to structure on like a green candle push. I would structure a trade and try and get 80 ticks to the downside off of this. Like if I was a beginner trader in here, this is what I would do. Because if they snap this trend line, they're going to then target the next draw on liquidity. So like on a push up, then you can have confidence that at some point in time, if you're willing to be patient and if you're not oversized, they are going to attack this to the downside and give you a base hit out of this. These are the concepts that if I was a beginner trader that I would be looking for. I will be looking for trend lines and I'll be looking for first presenters with clear draws and liquidity to manage my risk off of. And if you want to be safe, then you put your stop loss above this high, for example, whenever this trend line formed. Like if you, because you're a beginner trader, you need to be using stop losses. That's what I would be doing. And I'll be trying to take base hits out of clear structure formation, targeting what other people are looking at. Your win rate will be drastically higher than those people that are just doing these baseline weird ass strategies. That's what I would be doing if I was a beginner in here, not trying to structure trades and do this shit that I'm doing and wait for entire market structures to shift and be balancing whether or not that they're getting ready to reverse this or not and having to figure out position and contract size and then the contrary and the whole nine. That's a lot more advanced. You need to be looking at those three things that I sent out that I sent or that I covered in that one class. The three things that the beginners need to be looking for. That's what you need to be doing. Excuse me. If they decide to take out this internal here, then they're still going to come here to the zone here. If they decide to do so, I have no idea how long they're going to take to somewhat begin to reverse this market. I have no idea. This is an intraday trade I'm taking, so I have no idea. I don't know. Again, I'm down 27 ticks right now on this trade. It's on 6 micros. Again, I'm only trying to risk $600 on this trade at the most. Then I will admit defeat. $600. It appears as though it's starting to slip. If SPY even remotely decides to attack 690 and decides to remotely chill out, it's going to TP this trade out. NQ is lagging behind. What is that? Low is 659. Low is okay. No. Yeah. Here is the next internal that needs to be swept on SPY for them to gain serious fuel to go higher after they've gone parabolic. This is what I'm counting on. If SPY decides to attack this, that's what they're going to do. Does anybody see any perfect double bottoms? Low of this candle is 967.25. Low 967.75. They're getting ready to come into contact with this trend line over here lower now. We need to be on hyper alert. This is an intraday trade. I have no idea how long this can take. They snapped this trend line over here. These now are the beginner trades that I was telling you about that beginner traders could take. The trade that I took was far more advanced. So you need to be on hyper alert now. Remember what I said now. They're goofing around. I'm not going to go break even on this trade. I'm not going to do so. They're going to have to fully TP this trade out in full here. And I'm going to be out at these like candle bodies or some shit. I'm not going to cut this trade. I'm just in 6 micros. And 6 micros on how many ticks is this? Now, this right over here is my base hit. This is not how I would normally be trading now, so you need to be on alert. I would normally cut this, but I'm trying to get about 90 ticks on this trade over here. Hmm? Here's another. Here's another presented. Look at that. Look at them slip it. Did you just see that? I could take off 3 here. I'm going to take off 3 here as we get close to that destination. Why? Because why would I want to risk that for extra 10 ticks or so? And then the rest is going to come over here straight to this TP, hopefully. So I've secured 100 and God knows how many ticks. Trade straight to the TP. This right over here was a baseline hit over here. This is the trade that the beginners need to be taking. This shit over here was far more advanced. There we go. How much am I up now? Done, trading day done. $220 per account. It's intraday. I'm telling you. Whenever I say, guys, the beginners need to be looking at the 1, 2, I believe. 1, 2, 3, I believe. 3, 4, account of the door. You need to be looking at that. Then you need to be looking at the power of some first percentage. And then you need to be looking at clear draws and liquidity and taking basis out of those. And you just stack those days together. So like you need to do what the fuck I just did just now if you're a beginner. And you do that like once or twice a day off like off of that and take a basis off that shit. And then you need to just stop. You need to walk away from your screen. And then you just stack 10 of these days together, you need to get a max payout. And then once you do that, then what you need to do is you need to then reinvest that into like 4 or 5 accounts and then do the same thing and just hang out with us. And then after 2 to 3 months, then you'll be making like minimum $1,500 to $2,000 a day off of 3 micros. That's what you need to be doing. And then like you need to stack your money, then you need to put it inside the damn stock market, or you need to carry it over to that. Then you need to carry it over there to that stock swinging channel, where like I send out bangers that do 15, 20, 25% off shares alone. And that's how you make money while you're sleeping, so that you can fill the gap whenever you miss a payout of some sort, so that you have still some source of revenue coming in. Because if you're full blown unemployed and you go through a small little rough patch, your rent is not going to give a shit about hey, about X, Y, and Z. Your rent needs to be paid. So you need to stack consistent days together until you got money on the side and until you have another stream of revenue. Guys, because if you're in survival mode while you're trading, guys, even if you go on a 2 or 3 month nonstop winning streak, use your brain. Your rent is still due month after month. So like let's just say you go through a slump and you're living check to check while and you're making 150 $200 a day and you have been neglecting saving money or creating another stream of revenue on the side apart from your trading. On month 3, you're going to be hurting because let's just say you up 15,000 like let's just say you up $20,000 in 3 months and like your first 3 months are going full time. Like let's just say so, right? Let's just say you up $20,000, right? Like what happens like if you go through a bad month where you lose like a small setback and you lose $3,000 and now like your overall P&L is showing you up 17,000, but for that month you're down 3,000. You were $3,000 further away from paying your bills. You're going to be cooked. So you need to understand that. You need to understand that. So right now is the time where you need to be stacking days together, and you need to have another stream of revenue. How you do that is you stack these days together, and then your other stream of revenue needs to be swing trading stocks. So you need to be in grind mode, and you need to be stacking these payouts together. Your other stream of revenue can actually be other accounts, which is like what I do. I normally like to have different prop firms on rotation. So one set of accounts is consistently near a payout, and the other sets of accounts are consistently near a payout. I don't copy trade every single last one of my resources all together at once. And then if all of them are near a payout, then I will trade my cash account. And then on top of that, what I do is then then I'm swinging my Charles Schwab portfolio off of the fruits and labor off of everything that I've done and I've accumulated from my payouts of sorts. I have 3 streams of revenue from trading coming in on front ends and back ends. That's what you need to be doing. So now I'm done with this account for today. This right here is what the beginners need to be looking at. 1, 2, 3, I believe. 3, 4, a count out the door is what y'all need to be doing. And like I said, this zone right over here that I TP'd out at is the zone where they're going to then decide whether or not they want to shoot higher or not. So they could very well squeeze it into oblivion from this zone, but I'm out. I'm not sitting here and I'm not going to debate with this bullish market, man. I'm not going to hold this shit into oblivion. I'm not going to do that. So, oh my God, I'm not going to do that shit. Why? Because this is the first zone where they can begin to hurt you at. That's why I added up here into the zone because I figured if they sweep this, then they're going to potentially try to go higher. I am out where the market can begin to hurt me at. But that's just me. You might want to hold on to this. But I tell you what you better do. You better go break even. That's what you better do. You better go break even. This market is immediate term bearish now. Nub said he got in on that 15-minute. Nubs, I'm trying to tell you right now, sure, you can take a base hit off of this, but this market is immediate term bearish because we took out this low over here and we took out this right over here. When we took out these 2 internals, the market structure shifted to immediate term bearish, but we are still intraday bullish. Look at this. Here it changed nubs and it changed here. This is immediate sell side delivery program model. So if you hold, it might be fruitful, sure, but you need to be taking base hits out of that. Yeah, I'm already out. Quick 60 ticks from that wick of red candle. Good job. I have full confidence. Added 1 minute of that trend line. Took that with you. E1K plus 1.2K Asia as well. Great job. So that's what I'm saying. If you have confidence in what you're seeing, then you can trade the trend line snap and take a base hit. A student inside of Discord took that just now, as you can see. So everyone inside Discord, let's congratulate. Well, you don't have to congratulate them, but let's do an imaginary clap for Hyper. Yo, Cole, great work with those TPT almost passed. Close, bro. Big time. If we can do it, then the real work starts. Life changing stuff on the way. Hopefully with some of these stacks. Absolutely. I promise you, brother. I promise you, bro, your life gonna change. Great job. Great. Gonna take a trade break. Maybe do some work. I'll at y'all in a bit. All right, Raz. Catch you later, buddy. Good shit, twin. Great job. Got a little base hit out of that. Good trade, E. Absolutely, sir. My confidence was never weaning on that. My confidence level was soaring. I would have added if I didn't already have a great entry on my first rotating accounts plus $1,100. Good job. Good trade, E. Raz says. Thanks, Raz. Bang! Took it on one funded and three TBT evals. I've been slow on for a little over a week. Got out of the trade and got out hopefully at the first 15-minute busy. Absolutely. Great trade code. $2,200 he make. $160 base hit. $315 on my funded. Great job, Raz. 697 ES. Okay. That's old. Oh wait, no, that's not old. That's 9 minutes ago. ES triple bot. I think he meant to say top or bottom. Bottom. 690.70 triple bottom on ES. Facts, brother. Got a couple hundred left as well to get this third TPT. Good job. Okay. Good job. Someone said double bottom. Where? No. Be on alert. Be on alert. They're still getting ready to hunt sell side. Why so? Because ES is now tapping this trend line now. They're just going to be snapping these trend lines and just invalidating them nonstop. Next opportunity for ES to gain any legs is down over here into this 1, 5, and 15-minute BISI cluster. So, like if you trade ES, then you can take a base hit out of this down over here into the zone as a beginner trader. Here. But you better be managing your risk to an inverse of this or to this high here to take a base hit off of this to the downside. If you're a beginner trader, you need to be showing up to those mentorships and you need to be asking me those things. Did you ever make that 11K? Nope, I'm working on it. I did not. That was on my cash account. I lost that. I'm working on that. The way to get out of the hole is to take a lot of base hits over the course of time. That's the way to get out of a hole, personally. So, so yeah, it's gonna take me maybe like, because I don't primarily trade my live cash account. It's probably gonna take me maybe like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Timestamp is 11:15. I'm gonna switch to my cash account now. This market is still bullish off the chain. Be on alert. Yeah, I'm already out. Okay, I read that. This market is bullish off the chain. They reset this market on that dump. I'm gonna switch to my cash account. 2 more days of trading, and I'll request the maximum on those 3 accounts, 3 or 4 accounts. Switch my trade copy. I personally think that they're goofing around up in the zone. That's just what I personally think. Remember what I said about them using this shit as fuel over here? Remember what I said about them using this as fuel to then go higher? That's why I was out here because I was targeting this here where this arrow is. Remember when I said when they sweep this, they could tap into this 1, 5, and 15-minute BISI for fuel. They flashed it on the zone and they wanted to see if you had enough common sense to get out. Now since they flashed in the zone, now they bounced. But they got this weird staircase and pattern going on over here out of this. Hmm, hmm. Best to be on alert. ES is just on a one-man recognition, dude. ES does not give a damn. I'm gonna short this on my cash account. I'm gonna try and make $150 in a minute. Look at this weird pattern they got going on here. Timestamp 11:18. I'm gonna short this on my live cash account up here, and I'm gonna try and target the sell side on like this weird staircase and pattern they got going on over here. And I'm gonna try and get 60 ticks to the downside of this. I'm gonna just try and make some lunch money, 60 ticks to the downside off of this. Basically, essentially the same play out of this immediate term sell side delivery program model. They got this weird staircase and pattern here. I'm gonna try and take a base hit on 5 micros on my cash account. If they squeeze it and they go higher, then I will admit defeat. But look at this 5 minute SIBI here. They could very well squeeze us from the zone. However, I'm pairing that. However, I'm pairing that with this damn. I'm pairing that with this potential trend line over here that they didn't necessarily snap. They barely somewhat invalidated that. If they squeeze and they go higher from the zone and they displacing something insane, then I will admit defeat. What you got as far as waiting? What you mean? You think they're just getting ready to squeeze higher into what? Like what are you looking at? Like somewhere up into the zone? Like what? Yeah. Unfortunately, I'd already pressed the damn button. Shit. Yeah, I would have normally agreed with you on that one. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, fam. So again, guys, I'm on my cash account. The risk management on this is going to be slightly different. So I should have sent out that alert before, but I'm on my cash account. I can go a little bit deeper on this. So I'm on my cash account, and I'm willing to jump the gun on certain things. You need to ask yourself before you take any trade that I take, what was I managing my risk off of? I'm jumping the gun on this trade, and I'm beginning to structure a trade again off of nothing in the immediate term to manage my risk off of. Hey, why you keep doing that? Hmm. Honestly speaking, honestly speaking, I need to stop doing it on my cash account because because my rules are far. I'm a lot more lackadaisical on my cash account. I need to stop doing that. Like dead serious. Like I seriously need to stop doing that. I'm being like dead serious. Hmm. Where? Mm. What on ES or NQ? Oh wow, yeah, I see it. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Hmm. Great trade, brother. Seriously. Pump is off Trump's tweet saying talks with Iran can happen in 2 days. Really? That's what that was? Yeah, my newswire just said that just now. I just caught that. I'm done for today. I hope you make good too. Keep it up. Thanks. Culture. Great job. Proud of you. Great job. Non-stop bullish, continue squeeze. Mhm. Hmm. This appears as though they're trying to take this QQQ to 625. What the hell is up here at the 625? What is that? Why did I put this alert here? What's there? What's that 625? Is that a volume balance? That is. That's a volume balance up there. That's what that is. High at 94. That's a 10-point volume balance up there into that zone. That's what that is. That's why I have that alert there from the other day. Hmm. That's what that is. Look at that. From February 3rd. Mm-mm. These highs over at 630. Mm. Mm. They're trying to come here. Hmm. I'm going to wait. If I add five more contracts into this trade, I'll be down 80 ticks. If I average into this trade, I need to make sure that the drawn liquidity that I have is either going to get me back to break even from that position, so that I can get out of this trade. That I keep jumping the gun on my cash account. I need to stop trading my cash account. Like dead serious. I just need to trade the prop firm accounts with with more strict rules and regulations. Because I get so lackadaisical. I just jumped the gun I just jumped the gun on the first thing I see with no risk management almost. Like I don't even ask myself the question, what am I managing my risk off of? So I just take the trade on my cash account. I'm trading far more dangerously on that, and I'm less liable in order to wait for better setups. They're gonna come up here to
The
625.
throwaway account,
Huh?
the throwaway prop firm account, one that when you up on your prop firm,
Right.
when it happens to your cash, you can just jump on that little throwaway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know. That was what my Bullinux was when I was with the Apex. So I was doing Apex like how I was my Bullinux, and then I would switch over to the Apex, and then I would be done, and I would have something continuously on rotation. But as I'm trying to figure out these prop firms and stuff, it's a little bit different. Mm. You said what? Oh no, I'm gonna have to create a whole new identity, a whole new login. Yeah, yeah, for real. Like my ID and my personal self, like me, I'm cooked with the Apex. Like I'm gonna have to either, I can't even use my brothers because I was using my brothers last time. Yeah. So yeah. Um. So yeah, I can't even do that. So yeah. You know, there's this other prop firm that I was looking at that reached out to me, but like I have to look at their platform. They're an options trading prop firm. I had no idea that that existed. So they keep on asking me to look at their platform. They messaged me like a week and a half ago and they sent me information. But before I recommend anything, like I have to actually trade with that prop firm and I have to familiarize myself with their brokerage and their platform, if that makes sense. So as of late, they just recently came out with brokerages that are strictly based in options. I mean, prop firms that are based in options, and they sound like they have a solid platform too. Yeah. All right, bet TJ, I got you. I'm gonna look at it right now. Whole new identity. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. You know. Yeah. No. I would do that. So like the reason. So like creating a new account with the Apex isn't the issue. The problem with the Apex is the fact that they took away the eval instant pass, and so they changed the sizing of the rules. So like I can't just do 10 minis and pass the accounts instantaneously like how I've been doing before with my method. So I'm going to have to devise a completely new method from scratch in regards to how to either pass them immediately or I'm just gonna have to trade them normally. And if I have to trade them normally, why would I be with Apex? And on top of that, it'd be different. So like it'd be different if Apex wasn't handicapping your payouts. So now like the largest size on a payout that you can get on a 50K account is like $1,500. Or for your first payout it's like 1,000 or 1,500. And like your second is like 1,500, 2,000. And your third is like 2,000. And your fourth is like 2,500. That's like the highest that you can possibly get. And then like after the sixth payout, it closes. So the only advantage that you get from trading with Apex now, like the only advantage that you'll get from trading with Apex is having like 15, 20 plus accounts. I'm like I'm being serious. Either that or like if you're like in the beginner stage. You know what I'm saying? So like if you're in the beginner stage and like you trying to just get like a few things, like you trying to build your bread up and start over from scratch, then yes, you need to go with Apex. For 100%, 100% you need to go with Apex. It's like zero ifs, ands, or buts. But like for me, for like a person where like I need to be with a firm where like I'm consistently making probably like $5,000 to $10,000 like every week and a half, minimum 10 bands every week and a half, 2 weeks. Apex is like Apex just just the desire is gone in that endeavor, if that makes sense for me. It's just not advantageous for me at this point in time anymore. So that's the challenge that I'm facing. So so yeah, because I used to rinse them fast, 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 and just get the accounts, and then like after like the fourth or fifth payout, then I can take out as much as I want to. But like I can't do that anymore. And then like at the end I could just withdraw a huge lump sum of like 30, 40, 50,000 minimum. Minimum. That is minimum. If you got a three or if you got a $4,000 or $5,000 account balance and you got damn even just 10 accounts, you talking about 40, 50,000. When they fill this volume balance over here, I'm going to double the size on this trade over here when I think it's safe. And then I'm going to begin to target these internals here lower. This zone over here where I closed out this trade over here. This zone where I closed out this trade was the first zone where I said the market can begin to hurt you at. So like the safer play honestly would have been the longer over here, which is what Nubs did, because this market's still bullish off the chain. They only wanted to pull us back for fuel to seriously go higher, which is what I was anticipating. But I saw this weird pattern over here, and I shorted it over here on this candle with nothing to manage my risk off of because I thought they were getting ready to at least come over here and then go higher. But they just decided to immediately displace from the zone immediately in a like literally in a straight line with zero remorse. Yeah, this is dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. In the beginning, like yeah, like in the beginning, like I used to try and use fibs. Like in the beginning, like I used to try and use fibs, but I do use fibs somewhat on a candle by candle basis for more precise entries. Like the high and then the low of the previous candle is always on my chart, and this purple line is the consequent encroachment. So I use the consequent encroachment of things whenever I'm marking out certain levels. Like this is the consequent encroachment of this 15-minute busy here. So like I'll use that more so. I think they're getting ready to come up here into the zone before they consider going any lower.
Yeah, it's just dropping.
Why would he take a short? Why would he take a short? Because I jumped the gun after the market was going to go lower. I'm scheming on a way like either in order to go out, get out, or I'm going to structure this trade accordingly. But I'm not going to jump the gun on this because I think they're still trying to go higher. I'm on my cash account, so I could just go. This is not like a prop firm account. On a prop firm account, I would have had to admit a defeat at like five, six, $700 because I'm not going to risk that. I'm not going to risk that. So help me God, I'm not going to do that shit. So I'm watching this and I'm waiting on this high to be popped. Jay Lamb, are you related to Jeremy Lamb, NBA player? Is that you in disguise? They're gonna pop this high here. That's a 10-point volume balance from like a month ago. That was on my alarm. Bro, start laughing. He's from Georgia, as a matter of fact. You caught me. Yeah, he's from Georgia. He went to Norcross High School. Went to UConn. Be on alert. Instantly press the button and down. They're gonna squeeze this. I'm gonna set this alert. But am I correct about spot 693? 100%. I could very well see that for sure. I'm just waiting on liquidity to be engineered. Then I will add into this position. We need to be watching this. What we need to be watching is we need to be watching this 690, this 625 over here on the Qs. This is where I think they're trying to go to right now. I think they're getting ready to go to 690 to there on the Qs, and I think they want to tap into this 15-minute SIBI wherever this originated from here. Where's this at? Lord Jesus. Gotta go all the way back to town to see where this 15-minute SIBI originated from. Wow. Best I go to a 15-minute time frame. Wow. Yeah, there's a huge 15-minute SIBI up here into the zone. Best to be on alert. You don't randomly average into a position like this randomly without conviction. You'll get hurt. We gotta watch this. Best to be on alert. I'll be right back. Listen for that alert, and you need to be what you need to be watching for is if they are seriously remotely trying to go lower again, just like how they use that 15-minute business for fuel to go higher, like I was anticipating. At least a bounce. I just thought they were going to dump this from this weird pattern over here, but they just broke up. There was nothing to management risk off of. Like you don't just blindly short weird patterns. But again, on my cash account, so I was being lackadaisical. They're doing another weird pattern here. You need to be on alert right now for this 15-minute SIBI over here where the zone is. That's what you need to be watching. But mm, we missed this 15-minute Sibi just now. There's the 1150 macro coming up, and they're up here at the top. Look at this weird pattern they got going on over here on this ES. I'm looking at liquidity be engineered, and I'm watching it piece by piece. And I'm formulating conclusions off of it. Why do we not tap into this 15-minute Sibi up here above? But it's okay. I'll slightly front run it a little bit, slightly, in a minute. Why? Because it's just a few ticks away. So I'm going to short this. I averaged into it. Now my average in is I'm down 113 ticks from that. Honestly speaking, I'm going to do it again. And now I'm in 15 contracts. Now I'm 80 ticks away from this. My average in as of right now is the bottom of this liquidity. So like if I want to target this right now, it's like if I want to target this, then best case scenario I'll get break even. I would then have to average in another time in order to get this right now. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to average in again right now, and I'm in 20 contracts. So my average in right now is so I'm 60 ticks away from this after a straight vertical liquidation squeeze and rate. And the bottom of this over here of this said liquidity is 32 ticks. I mean, I could get out at break even on this because I have a poor entry, and then I could reevaluate later. I could do that. Like, like that. Honestly speaking, isn't a bad idea because I am in risk management mode. Yeah, I secured a 1.5K up from Apex. Great job, brother. I'm proud of you. Man, that's big time. Remember, be smart with the money, sir. Be smart with the money. Great job, sir. Proud of you. Honestly speaking, the safer thing for me to do would be for me to start to begin to figure out how to get out of this trade because it's coming up on this 1150 macro and it's dangerous to be holding on to shorts. So if they give me an opportunity to get out, I got to get out. I remember I jumped the gun on this 15 minutes of beer. 1150 coming up. Should we just cut it? Mm. That's why I'm front running a little bit. I'm on my cash account, so I gotta watch this.
95 contracts to build and 2.5.
They're probably gonna make these people feel this pain past this 625 and come up a little bit higher. Absolutely. Jesus Christ. Look at that. What was that? Look at that flash just now. What was that? Man, what?
Must have been some liquidity up there that wants to grab it.
Absolutely. I don't know what the hell kind of flash that was. That was crazy. That flash just now was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely. That's exactly what that was. Absolutely. They just flashed a shitload of orders up there at that top. Hmm. So I'm not gonna get shaken out by that. I gotta watch that. They got this weird ass staircase and pattern here. Timestamp 11:45. Be on alert. Done 100 ticks on 20 contracts. They're gonna squeeze it into the ELD again, non-stop, indefinitely. Zero pullback. I will be breaking my rules by closing it up here at this high. We just opened a new 15 minutes as well. Another flash. Yeah. Hmm. 880, my line in the sand. Mullah says, shit, nah. You know, they're going to come there for sure. They squeezing this. Hmm. This is dangerous. This is why, this right here is why you need something to manage your risk off instead of jumping the gun on this. So you need to, or you need to have enough ammo to then go risk management mode, depending upon what the fuck it is that they're doing. Like dead serious. Hmm. Timestamp 11:47. Well, we look at the enter shorts. Honestly speaking, you should be waiting for a first presented, but this is looking insane. I'm not gonna lie. This move here is crazy. 90 ticks to the downside. Man, what? Dead serious. Timestamp 11:47. Absolutely. If I short this right now, I need 70 ticks to the downside to get out of this trade over here, break even on 40 contracts. 70 ticks I need to get out of this. 70 ticks to the downside to get out of this trade over here, break even off of that liquidation squeezing rate. Jesus. Same position I was in yesterday. 11:44 candle. Hmm. They squeezed to what? 26027. Man, look at this straight vertical liquidation squeezing rate. Have absolutely no idea. Zero clue. But I'm not gonna lie, this is mighty impressive what they just did. I trade reversals, so I've been getting cooked. Not gonna lie, Swan says, yeah, I trade reversals a lot of times too. So I'm not gonna lie, it's been cooking me as well. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like this slow, weird ass pattern like this, positive HVL with this war news has been roasting me. ticks on 40 contracts. Like they're just nonstop, just going higher, nonstop, indefinitely. Like they don't have to go lower. But look at this weird ass pattern here. And I'm shorting it at 1150. I'm shorting it at 1150, which is dangerous. I now feel extremely uncomfortable. I haven't felt this uncomfortable. I'm more uncomfortable now than I was yesterday in the trade. Fuck. Look at that. Look at that 1150 macro squeeze. Damn. Hmm. I'm very uncomfortable in this trade. I got to be scheming out to get out. This is ridiculous. This PA straight line P is crazy. Yes, one. That's crazy. That's just ridiculous. From 691 to 693 in a slow liquidation rate and squeeze straight line, non-stop. It's impressive. On SPY, that is. Heaven for look at this on the NQ. Look at that. There's nothing you can do with that. It's 500 ticks on a straight line. There's nothing that you can do with that shit. Mm. That's mighty impressive right there. Mm. That's mighty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Mm. 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 Relentless. Might want to pop this high here. This is impressive. Yeah, nah, I call it a day, Rex. If you're up $1,300, brother, I call it a day. This is mighty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Hmm. Then everyone gonna be surprised on those 4 days in a row. Yeah, exactly, Swan. Oh, 2,500. I'm done for the day. See y'all tomorrow. Good job, Mike. I see why Fire says 26K. There's another 15-minute up there. Yeah, looks like Apex could break 7K by end of year. You mean SPX? They wanted a cusp. Yeah, end of the year. Shit, I might do this next month. Where they're squeezing it. Indefinitely non-stop. They want to squeeze it to go higher. Look at this weird pattern they got going on here. Ridiculous. No cap, but definitely might dump tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be delayed for sure. But even if they dump it 1% or 1.5%, I mean, they've squeezed it 12, 13, 14% in 10 days. Hmm. Yeah, they're inversely correlated, it appears. Excuse me. Look at the ES. Straight liquidation rate. Hmm. Look at this weird pattern. Hmm. I need to review myself on as to why I keep on jumping the gun on my cash account. And it's only like this on my cash account. I need to, I need to conduct a serious, thorough review.
Because there's no rules on your cash account. You literally can do what you want to do.
That's exactly what it
Guess
is.
what?
That's exactly why I keep doing this.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, you can go in and set those rules too on your cash account.
That's exactly what this is. Because like I'll see something and like it'll make sense. So then I play it and I go, I could just figure it out later, and it fucks me. They got this weird pattern going on over here on this. It's because you got unlimited draw. Yeah, exactly. You're giving the boss money for you to work your ship. That's exactly what I'm doing. Where? Yeah, I see it. High 899.75, 899.75. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to add anything more to this position. I'm not going to do that. I refuse. Mm. Thank you. You got this again, man. Thanks, Jose. You got to watch this. Got double tops up there, so I'm not going to add anything more to this position because high likelihood that they take it out. Mm. If they come over here and start goofing around with 625 again, then they'll TP this trade out because they'll flash it through 625, like just psychologically. But I gotta watch this. There hasn't been a first presented or anything like that. Yeah. Like Murdoch says, double top by short. Exactly. Straight line. Liquidation squeeze.
Hey, on the 2 minute, they got like an inverse that they created. An inverse FJG with shifted reduction.
Look at this 15-minute Bissy that just formed. Look at that though. I do see that. God. Wow, look at this market. What do you think, Phantom? Do you think they're getting ready to start hitting sell side, or do you think they're going to start hitting buy side? What do you think, Phantom? Yeah. Is that the feeling you're getting? Hmm? The feeling that you're getting is that we're getting ready to start hunting sell side? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm.
Hey, so what's the most you'll risk on your cash account per trade? Like, see it going sideways with price.
That depends. Like that depends on my size and my conviction that they're getting ready to do something to the contrary. I have so like that depends. Yeah, it truly depends.
Just let them push it up until it gets exhausted.
Hmm. On this bounce, they just engineered an internal just now on that bounce. Hmm. None.
Yeah, it's not inverse that 2 minute FGG that got created. There was an inverse that took it down, then they try to reinforce it to go back to the upside. I'm watching that.
Hmm. It's fuel to go higher. 1208 better come in clutch, Devin says. Dev says, yeah. There's a perfect double top up there. That's why I didn't add to this position because I figured it was getting ready to be taken out. Every bounce is being absorbed. Hmm.
Did anyone look at the 15-minute candle? That shit is straight bullish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Sure, yeah. Taking a couple contracts. Yep. Just held them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone got to ride that IBD silver bullet? That shit went straight up.
Mm-hmm. Agree if I it did.
Yeah, I'm up 6 times. And the IBD silver bullet from Centos lined up straight with a Bissy that took it up all the way. You guys look at it exactly again. That Bissy basically took that shit all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a nice A flow setup to the upside.
Absolutely. Hmm.
They're at a 2 minute time ticket and goes up to the upside. It looks like so they're on top of the FBG on the 2 minute. They inversed it like 3 times now.
It says scaled into 20 contracts. Got my break even to that 15 minute for 12 away. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great idea, Nubs. And I think that you need to be out on this trade idea 100%. 12 weight lunch sweep coming up. 11:50 macro is about to end. We need to be taking, if you're a beginner in here, you need to be taking easier trades. You need to not be taking trades that revolve around speculation or, I'll figure it out later. This is a perfect example. I want to squeeze it past those double top highs. 1207. I wonder how serious they are about pulling us back to that 15-minute busy. Or if they want to flash 25,900 and take out those double tops and then go lower. I wonder. Absolutely, sir. 12-8. Trying to just leave break even today. Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. It 100% happens, brother. Trying to tell you. Not even a first presented or nothing. That's how bullish it is. Everything is green. Look at the NVIDIA. Everything is green. The NVIDIA up 3 percentile today. Non-stop bullish continue. Squeeze in a straight line. I wonder how serious they are about running this LR pattern they got going on over here on this ES. I wonder how serious they are about this. I'm looking at this, but there's no indication they're getting ready to do this right now. There's zero indication. Zero. We don't even have a first presented. There's nothing to manage our risk off of immediate term based off of the current structure. Nothing. This market is looking as though it's not trying to yield. Do I think they start rolling over potentially? Yeah, but I can't predict when that will happen, or how soon, or for how long. I have zero idea. They had already reset the market whenever I got out of that short that one time. They had already done that, so I have no idea. They could keep going into the EOD today. They could keep doing that. Excuse me. We had an insane outlier that happened once in a year. It has not been like this in a year on that PPI. That was insane. So on insane news releases or things like this, guys, the market has not priced this in. So the market didn't price in that move. I mean that news release. So that's why they're doing this. It appears the market rushes to price things in. So if something like this happens, then they'll just keep doing this indefinitely. It'll be priced in tomorrow, but when your account is zero. Crazy how we were at 24,200 a week ago. Yep, they keep doing it nonstop. They'll reverse it on a dime. The trend can change immediately. The trend is your friend until it does not. We need to be on alert. Why is PPA data insane? Because it was expected to come in at like insanely like hot, and it came in insanely cool. It was the largest outlier in a year. I went over that this morning in a pre-market plan. It was the largest. Like it was just, yeah, it was insane. What that mean though? That means that, yeah, that means that it was not priced in. So the market prices everything in. So and then if it's not, then it rushes to price it in immediately. So I'm assuming that this is what this is. This 12 weight got to start shaking. Timestamp 12:11. If they come in, if they start attacking that 15-minute BIST for fuel to then go higher again, then great. Hmm. Timestamp 12:12. We're in positive HVO. So I've had to adjust my expectations slightly because of the candles and how slow that they're going to move. We're deep in positive HVO, so it's going to be confusing. Up, go, break even, and scale the trade until I'm out. If I would have done that the last time, I'd be up like 2,000. Yeah, positive HVO is no fun, absolutely. I for sure like positive HVO a lot less than negative HVO. But if we're too deep in negative HVO, then you can't trade it because the candles would be too large. You blow up your account. So like the sweet spot is like hovering like right around negative or positive, hovering like right around it, or so slightly in negative, so that like the moment you press the button, like it just delivers directly to the price targets, directly to the TP almost, and you can take numerous base hits and you can walk away from your screen. That's what's best, honestly speaking. 1150 macro over. Yeah. So bullish, the 12-weight lunch sweep has no legs to it. 1150 macro had all of the juice. Jesus Christ. Positive HVL is very deceiving too. And almost all dips get bought. Almost all dips get bought at positive HVL. The dips get bought. Shorting it is a lot more dangerous. You need to take base hits on shorts. Mm. Mhm. Mm.
And then inverse FVG I was telling you guys about, they literally closed the body out of it. They just whipped it and they went up that.
So what are you thinking? Based off your analysis, what's that telling you?
Well,
Fire.
based on the fact that the time 12:15 to 11:30, where I usually 12:15 to 1:30, I usually do not take a trade during this time based off of ICT because we're gonna consolidate and go sideways until they actually show their hand.
Hmm. So, hmm So what are you thinking though? Do you think that they go lower or do you think they go higher? I just want to know. What do you think?
Well, I see an order block doesn't look that busy, so I would think for them to go higher, they would at least have to tap into that order block. And if they don't hit the order block, just above the busy. So I would say they have to go lower to go higher.
Mm-hmm.
So like right where your TP is, that's like right where that 15-second order block is.
Mm-hmm.
But they're forming a nice small little trend line. You can see it. So they could snap it, go straight to that order block, and then continue their run up.
Mm-hmm. We should honestly just be waiting for liquidity to be engineered, and then we should, and then like that appears to be the safest thing to do. That appears to be the safer play. Oh, they already snapped this. What's this? Too steep. Not enough.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah, they need to go higher before they can go.
Well, they have a vendetta.
Look at that.
They have a vendetta, boy.
Where's where's buying?
Man, you're not lying. Hmm. Wow, this is impressive. Just cleared the triple top, playmaker says. Wow, this is mighty impressive.
Definitely. King five. Yeah.
They just took out that, yeah. They just took out, yeah. They just took out that triple top just now and that double top just now. That is mighty impressive, boy. Wow, that is impressive. We got this high over here at 626.11. They're going to go higher than that. Oh, this is mighty impressive. We have this internal over here that they engineered on a slight pullback for them to gain fuel to go lower, potentially. For them to sweep this to then go higher. This is very impressive. That right there is why I didn't add more to that position. When Discord pointed out that triple top. This is worse than the Asia session. Mel says, yeah, no, that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, Mel. We just had an SMT just now on the ES. ES isn't going higher, but you know what ES has been doing all day. They've just been taking turns. So what that means, I'm unsure. Because they could just flip ES bullish, inspired bullish. I have absolutely no idea. What is that? Oh shit! Look at that volume balance right over there. Jesus Christ! Look at this on SPX. Look at that. Look at that. Can you believe that? That is impressive. Non-stop. Oil dumping. We about to shoot. Nub says, yeah.
I placed a limit order at a 0.59 SW.
Look at that. That's the largest volume balance on SPX all day. Why would they not fill that? It's the largest one all day. Why would they not shoot? And if they fill that, then they're going to take out that high. Excuse me. They just filled it just now.
Yep.
Impressive. Damn, RRP account. Nah. Yeah, nah. 26K incoming. Shit. Shit, they gonna shit. They gonna take the ES to 7,000. Look at this. They trying to come here next. Psychological round holding up for 7,000. Yes, look at that. That's what's next. He said, try to scale in or scale out, but they had a vendetta today. Now they got a vendetta against all of the shorts today, bro. Look at that 7,000 over there. This right here is what's next, psychologically speaking. They're just going from liquidity to liquidity non-stop in a straight line. No remorse. It is. Excuse me. Excuse moi. What is that? Look at that. This is impressive. I haven't seen something like this in forever. This is mighty impressive, boy. I'm not gonna lie, that's impressive.
At 12:30, they got an order block. That's what shot it up. Making it at 12:30, that little order block that they got from the one.
That's mighty impressive. That was mighty impressive just now.
And the order block is right inside of an inverse FVG that they shot up from. That was the inverse FVG I was watching. They basically inverse that thing like 4 times already.
Yeah, that was mighty impressive. Trump did say Trump did say the Great Reset is coming a few days ago. He did. Hmm. Hmm.
Where did he say the order block was?
Damn, when was the last time we were down 7K? Never, unless it was my cash account.
12:13. Yeah, that's 1 minute plus block.
They roast me like this on my cash account, it appears. I'm not as strict. Oh, excuse me. Hmm. They just want to squeeze nonstop. Every dip being bought.
Looks like 12:40.
They want to come to 7,000 over here on this damn ES. That's what they want to come to. They want to come to that 7,000 on the ES. That'll really do it.
The order block is on that red candle. Yeah, actually, the last unclosed red candle. That's the one. Yeah.
Yep, thanks, Prolific, for the likes. Nah, I meant the Spire SPX. I have no idea. It's been at least 2 or 3 months. ES a 7K feels like a memory. Yeah. Hmm.
It looks like they're trying to hit 26,027 though. Like they're trying to actually shoot for this.
I think I'm gonna go to that ES 7,000. That's what I think in
That's
my
the one
brain.
that had marked down for like 2 or 3 days now when I seen it.
I just want to go to that damn ES 7,000. I want to average in it and target that liquidity over there lower, but I think they want to come to that 7,000, just psychologically speaking, in my brain. So bullish this is.
Wait, E, you said the
Oh,
Nvidia is
look
green?
at that. She green. What Nvidia is screaming.
Damn, bro, why didn't you start to say Nvidia is green? You should have long that shit.
Yeah, I know. I
Like
did.
I wasn't paying attention when you said that. It just clicked in my head that you said that.
Yeah, I didn't afford myself enough time. I think they want to squeeze this higher to the 7,000 on this ES. Up 5% for Nvidia. 3%. Yeah, it's up. Every dip being bought. Meta up 5%. Tesla up 4%, 4.5%. Google up 3.5%. Amazon up 4%. Netflix up another 3 to 106 with a call. Airbnb up.
Worse, right?
Even AMD up 2.5. Healthcare is even up. ASML up 1.1. If healthcare and the Mag 7 is squeezing like this, then everything gonna be green. ASML up. On semiconductor up. Even the Snapchat is up. Goodness gracious. This is starting to get uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, crude oil is tanking like a motherfucker, bro. What the hell?
They're trying to go to 7,000.
I'm tired of trip right now, and I don't want to trip before I lose further. I left one trade on, but I'm not bullish on that. I just believe that
He
I'm
said
not in the
oil is
market.
tanking. Yeah. Oil is tanking. The risk assets are going to squeeze. Hmm. Wow. They're not going to come back to this zone. That's for sure. They're not going to come back to this zone. This trade right over here is cooked. The only chance you got is to average in, then to become a better loser. They're going to come past this 7,000 on this ES.
That's what I was last time coming into that last candle where it shot up slowly. That's not an order block.
Yeah, I see it, man.
And then it created another order block and shot up on it.
It's crazy, brother.
Huge decline.
Non-stop bullish continued squeeze. Look at that squeeze. If that doesn't look like a vendetta, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, 7,000 just about ain't 7,000. Just about ain't 7,000. They're going to go there. This is body oppressive. I'll be right back. I'll be right back in like 10 seconds. Hold on. I'm going to put an alert over here on this 7,000. I'll be right back.
Legacy, usually when he goes away, some crazy shit happens, and it hits straight CP on you. Let's see this shit. I don't know if anyone else ever noticed that. Whenever he steps away, that shit comes straight to him. And he be done a lot, yo.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, boy. Straight vertical liquidation squeeze in a straight line.
See, I thought when you went away, that shit was gonna come straight to
Look
you,
at this
and you
QQQ.
came back, bro.
Look at this goddamn QQQ, boy. That is impressive. Look at that goddamn QQQ. We need to watch this 7,000 flash. This is one of the weirdest patterns I have ever seen. If I've ever seen one in my life, boy. 12:30, they're gonna come up here and they're gonna use this hourly opening as 15-minute candle push to then send this past the zone. That's wild. That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, agreed, TJ. They're teasing and they're flirting with this 7,000 here. They're gonna use this to push this higher. trade I took earlier was perfect. This what I'm in now is dangerous. Far more dangerous it was.
Yeah, you would not pick a trade like that on your stuff. Like your funded, right? Like your
Nah,
regular
not on my funded. Not on my funded. Fuck no. On my cash account, yes. That's why I'm in this predicament. 7,000 is not 7,000. They missed it. Hmm. Hmm. Look at this weird staircase and pattern here. Hmm. Trend line. Hmm.
Once you throw that order block, you can move to the next order block all the way down.
First presented. Small, but yes. Trend line. Do I want to turn this trade into something that is not off of this trend line ahead of the 7,000? 120. 120 from this zone is coming down into here. So then target this on this average now. That's 120. Here's the beginner's trade again. The beginner's trade is playing out through to fruition right over here. This is the beginner's trade, the 1-2, I believe. 3-4 account at the door. This right over here is the easy beginner's trade. That's the easy beginner's trade right there. The easier trade to take. One, two, I believe. This is impressively bullish. One, two, I believe. Ahead of 7,000 objective. Hmm. 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 Easy is good. I agree, Jones. Easy is good. Hmm.
Yeah, man, they're respecting that stupid order block.
Hmm. Should I trade this trend line snap? Hmm. If I do, I need to be correct. Should I trade this trend line snap? Hmm. Ahead.
Well, when he said Nvidia is up that much, they definitely gonna be bullish squeezing all the way up too.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. They want to come 7,000. It's either they go 7,000 today or they go 7,000 tomorrow. I added onto this trend line over here. Hmm. They're gonna take this shit to the all time high. Look at that. We are right. Look at where we are. We are in spitting distance of the all time high in a straight line. After people thought Armageddon was coming, just 2 weeks ago, people thought Armageddon was coming, and we are now at the all time high. Just 2 weeks ago, people thought Armageddon was coming. Just 2 weeks ago, they have not hunted sell side this entire day. Told you it was going to 693. Correct. You're right. And I said I agree with you. You might do a guy body squeeze and a dump. Alan says, yeah. I think they want to come to 7,000 at a minimum. But I added on top of this trend line over here. Mm. This is insane. Cole says absolutely. This is mighty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Mighty impressive. 1250. 1247. And Q was just squeezing higher. Nonstop, indefinitely. You know, it's best that you walk away, Mel, for sure. This is getting ridiculous. They're not allowing anyone to enter. Because if you long it, then you're risking them dumping it on you. But if you short it, then they'll just keep squeezing it. It's very one sided today and yesterday, which is very rare. But today was an insane outlier. I ignored that fact. It's probably going to cost me a lot of money. I think they want to go 7,000 on this ES. That's why I'm watching the ES. Every time they look as though they fall, this is the once they fall to the floor, they shoot it up. Yep, because all dips are being bought. Positive HVL. Pair with a news release outlier that has not been factored in yet. And the Nvidia is green, so all dips are going to be bought with the Nvidia being green. We have like almost the perfect trifecta here, which is dangerous. So Jay says, I think I'm gonna take this $500 for today, Carly. You know, I do not think that's a bad idea. I'm gonna be honest, Jay. We'll be able to get that back any other day. Any other normal day or on a trade with high conviction, we'll be able to get that back. Today's it's already 1 o'clock, and they're just squeezing us into oblivion. Shit, Grant says shit don't make any sense. Yeah, the market doesn't have to make any sense. Yeah. Yeah, but the problem is that you could get caught on the wrong side quickly because then it could stop spinning at any point in time. See what I'm saying? Which becomes dangerous. Hmm. For sure, gonna be my last trade of the day either way. Just blew my TPT. Not gonna lie, this one hurt. Was close to passing. Yeah, tough. Hmm. 1250. Hmm. Don't think this is great for scalping because of the lack of true conviction on moves either way. Really, 100% cold. You're snapping this trend line. That's the beginner's trade. He is so caring. Thanks, Jones. That's the beginner's trade off of a baseline hit off a trend line snap. Hmm. That I added on to over there, but NQ was still higher than from where I added on to it on, with the anticipation of it snapping. NQ needs to flip bearish. NQ is still bullish in comparison to the ES. ES is lagging behind. I hope that NQ is lying to me and NQ is trying to go lower. And ES starts hunting sell side on a serious note. But you know about hope. I mean, I hope. I mean, it would be preferable. It would be preferable that what they do is that they snap this and then they start hunting sell side on a serious note. Um, it would be preferable for me. That would be preferable, but you know, they could do anything. So I'm not gonna sit here and pray. It is what it is. Now a switch. ES was pulling NQ up. Now NQ is stronger. Exactly. That's why I pay little attention. I pay attention to them, but that's why I pay little attention to SMTs because they could just take turns. So now NQ is pulling ES higher. Now ES is trying to dump. Whereas ES was just on a liquidation squeeze earlier and NQ was lagging, which was the reason why I started scaling into that trade. See what I'm saying? So there's that. Hmm. Yeah, man, I don't think that's a bad idea, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. When I lose $1.25, my face is scrunchy. Don't let me lose $5, Mel says. Yeah. Would you enter in now? My 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 tape reading skills on my cash account today and yesterday have been very poor. So I'm personally trying to manage this trade right now that I'm in personally as I'm floating a cash loss, as you can see, hovering above your screen. I'm unsure. I wouldn't necessarily jump the gun across this 7,000 ES flash that they're tempting ES with. I think the ES wants to come to 7,000. That's what I personally think. But if they just decide to hurt everybody and don't flash to 7,000, then I'm going to think they're going to come tomorrow. So it's just a matter of do they dump this down in here and snap this trend line, which is a base hit, which is what all of the students that are beginners need to be trading off of. They need to be looking for one, two, three, four taps and a displacement, and then shorting it on green to then target a baseline trend snap with something to manage the risk off of potentially. That is the safe trade to do, but that takes time to develop, which you need to exercise the discipline, and someone needs to be pointing it out to you whenever it happens. So I honestly wouldn't necessarily say, hey, let's just jump into shorts ahead of this objective because I'm asking myself, why did they not come to 7,000? There's a lot of orders there, but they could just hurt these people because they could just tease it like this and then come for it later. So I don't personally, so like I don't know what that means personally. I don't know. So, so there's that. As far as that's concerned. Hmm. Hmm. Market structure shift, not yet. Wait, slight, yes. Immediate market structure shift on the ES, yes, correct. If they take this out, then naturally speaking, what's next on the table is these lows over here, naturally speaking. That's what's next. They haven't even given a serious, convincing first presented. I'm unsure what they're getting ready to do. But however, there is a 15-minute BISI here that was just formed. We have a 15-minute BISI inside of a 15-minute BISI. A 15-minute BISI inside of a 15-minute SIBI. Hmm. Imagine if QQQ just decides to attack here, 625.60, and then tease 625. Or even if it decides to reattack 625 on this pullback slightly. Hmm. Imagine. This is the first time it's touched this slow conviction pivot ribbon since this short I entered into earlier at 11 o'clock. It's the first time, so it's liable to bounce from the zone, especially considering. Hmm? Yeah, ES is goofing around with a 15-minute BISI. Guys, if you ever, guys, this right here was the beginner's trade. This trade that I'm in is extremely hard. This right, guys, shit like this is easy. Like if you're a beginner, you need to be taking easy trades like this, man. It's crazy. Look at Spy slip this. Look at how far away Spy is from this VWAP. Look at how bullish this is. Look at the SPX up 2%. No, this reading is wrong. Look at that. NQ just tapped into a 15-minute BISC potentially for fuel to go higher. If you're in a short, this is where it can hurt you at. On a serious note, like dead ass. Timestamp 1 o'clock almost. They're slowly bleeding it out. Mm, mm. The question is, do I think that this returns back to the zone? Mm. Could slightly reduce the risk on this trade, but mm, look at that. This is impressively bullish. Hmm. Took 30 ticks to the downside of that trend line break with 3 micros. Great job, Jesse. Don't know what's going on in my meeting, but I do know I'm back to break even on those funds that were down $700. Great job. Zero, way to bounce back, sir. Hmm. Look at how bullish this is. Hmm. They tapped this 15-minute BISI and use this shit as fuel to squeeze this higher nonstop indefinitely. This is insanely impressive, boy.
Yo, E, I couldn't tell you. My freaking phone didn't have service. I was trying to tell you. Right where they tapped, that was the order block over the busy, bro. That's why they shoot up back. The order block. They never emailed that shit.
Mm. Yeah, good eye.
Trying to tell you, bro. I'm in JFK right now. The freaking airport, my service sucks.
Mm. Appreciate that. They snapped this trend line over here. Hmm. Now they want to retarget this. But they didn't take out this low here. And they barely touched this 15-minute BISI. Dead serious. Dead ass. Nobody. They want nobody to participate. Wow, that's impressive, boy. Hmm. Man, every dip being bought. Man, that's impressive. Hmm. They want that 7K party, says I agree. Let me check the news releases today. Hmm. For tomorrow. Hmm. Nothing. Perfect day to pull it back. Hmm. I'm not sure. I gotta watch this. I think they want 7,000 either today or tomorrow. That's what I think. Hmm. Hmm.
That's another one thing was they try to do this for that shit, but the album needs to make all the shit.
Now, if you don't have anything to manage your risk off of, or whenever you're not taking immediate term trades, these trades can take forever for it to play out. You need to be sized accordingly. What's up?
Hey, take your trend line and put that shit down. Put that trend line at that bottom at that 25, 630. Oh my goodness, all the way down.
Where? Trend line to the downside? You talking about here?
Down to the down to the down.
Like here?
Like a 639.
Oh, look at this, though.
No, that's at 8. When the 8 still not go down to the 6. 8. So 639. That low. Yes.
Yeah, here?
Yes.
Oh, you talking about here?
639 to yes.
Oh my
Long.
God. I see what you're saying. Oh man, look at that. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is an intraday trend line. Jesus Christ. If they snap this, boy, this shit gonna dump for the rest of this day. And they just snapped it 1 minute ago. Hell no. And they working on this one too. They're working on these doubles. Lord Jesus. Uh-oh. Whew. Wow. I see that, but that can take forever to play out though. But I see the vision. Mm. And damn, they got an immediate one right here that they're working on. Yeah, that shit look crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Friend lines, boy. That's crazy. Yeah. No, that shit look crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that look crazy, boy. Mm. It's the longest I've been in a trade in like a year. Mm. They want to squeeze it. Mm. They should have just took that shit when they were up there. All this playing they doing exactly. They're just going sideways. They're hurting right now. They're hurting the people inside the options chain. And then like right before you can blink, they're gonna make a move up, probably up first, and then they're gonna go down. Correct. They're just going sideways right now, and they're hurting the people inside the options chain because we're on the same candle we were at 12:15. We've done nothing on like a serious notice, like not even take out any serious internals since 12:15. Like we haven't Like we haven't taken out any serious internals on this one move except for that short trade that I took earlier for that trend line snap. We haven't taken out any internals. They have not hunted any sell side today at all. None. ES has that 7,000 up there above head, so they might use this NQ to push it up there. ES has to roll over and force NQ lower though. ES is going to give the nod. NQ is trying to give ES the nod to go to 7,000. I'm just being for real. It is. This is being insanely deceptive because from this zone they could break up or down. So this is insanely deceptive here. Perfect example is why when you're up, you just need to walk away, or you need to remove the risk on your accounts.
Yes, at 12:49 got the order block to the downside,
Hmm.
while NQ got the order block going to the upside. So which one of them is lying?
Why are you trading cash, man? You could have full put 150K accounts at least 20. Yeah, that's because like I normally shuffle my risk between the accounts, but because Apex, because I'm trying to figure out my next prop firm home, like as like my consistent payouts, like I normally need something else with accounts that are near the payouts. So unfortunately, I've been using the trade. I've been having to trade my cash account because I don't make enough money off Discord. So that's why. So if I was making like if I was making like a shitload of money off like Discord and running these classes and stuff, then I would never trade my cash account. I hardly would even trade my funded accounts for real. I would just do a couple of those. But that's not the case here. So I need an immediate stream of revenue. And my immediate stream of revenue is potentially is trying to trade my cash account while I'm waiting on the funded accounts to hit because I can only withdraw from those like once every 2 weeks or so. So that's the so that's why that's the case. But yeah, you are correct. I should do something else, but I haven't perfected the process of passing the evals and then that whole process as far as that's concerned. Like I haven't perfected that. So because I normally just get them instantaneously. That's what I normally do because I don't like to trade the evals. I normally pass them instantly and I just start trading the funded accounts. Just get straight to it. New high. ES is trying to go to 7,000. NQ just gave the nod for ES to go to 7,000. I gotta watch this. Hmm. It took out the 7,000 on the ES. Hmm. Floating a $10,000 loss right now. Okay, I gotta set up and I gotta manage this trade better. Okay, hold on. Let me get myself together. Floating 20K in negative equity. Hmm. Hmm. For sure, that's crazy. Look at this straight vertical liquidation squeeze for the ES to take out the 7,000. Spider goes 693.94. Nvidia up over 3% past 195. Okay. I'm gonna get out and I'm going to call today a loss on my cash account and I'm going to stop trading this account. Because clearly my risk management during these times is not conducive of how I normally trade. So that's first off and foremost. That's one thing I'm damn sure gonna do for sure. Like 100% for sure. Excuse me, because I'm getting roasted on my cash account. Hmm. They're just squeezing this nonstop indefinitely. Timestamp 124. This is getting ridiculous at this point. This is getting ridiculous. Hmm. This is getting ridiculous. So I'm gonna double the size on this trade, and I'm gonna get the fuck out of Dodge on this trade right now on my solo am. So I'm gonna double the size on this trade, and I'm gonna get the fuck out of Dodge. Like should they decide to come down over inside the zone, like on my soul. This is just like, but this weird staircase and pattern, like this shit is getting ridiculous at this point in time. The only reason why I'm doing that is because they just flashed this ES over here on this damn 7,000. So like I want them to slightly pull this back over here after flashing 7,000. So I literally like quadrupled the size on this trade and I doubled this. If they decide to attack this lower and like if they decide to come over here and attack this trend line over here, this would be perfect or whatever. So it is what it is. So I gotta watch this. And then they got this weird ass staircase and pattern. And like if they come over and tap this trend line, then they'll snap this and then they'll take this down over into the zone. So that was also the reason why I added them to this position as well. So I'm anticipating this trend line snap. If not, then I'm gonna cut this trade. I'm gonna admit, and then I'm fully gonna admit defeat today. Timestamp 125. It aligns with this trend line snap or whatever. So they got this weird staircase and pattern. They've been floating around since 110, and it is now 130. And then I got the 130 time at coming up in my back pocket as well. So it's either they start to make shit shake and then they start to hunt sell side, or else this trade right over here is cooked. It is what it is at this point. So I'm gonna watch this. I'm jumping the gun on this again, but I'm looking at this trend line potentially. I want to see them come over here and attack this trend line over here. After just flashing us down 7,000 over here on this ES and teasing the 694 over here on this SPY. And then them missing this over here, and then here. It's 130 time hack. Hmm.
I can see that crude oil is trying to push up on me at 60 seconds, but it's going up, some, up, some.
150 ticks to the downside. This market is insanely bullish off the chain. Timestamp 127. this trend line. Look at this straight vertical liquidation squeeze shit that they got going on here. Look at this. Look at how ridiculous this is, dude. Let's look at that. No one survived on the short side here. Another day. And then tomorrow they'll dump it. Man, what? Where's Shorty here? I could reduce the size on this 80 contracts wise. I could. Call it a base hit out of this and start to structure the trade out of this accordingly, or I could hold blindly indefinitely. Which one do I think? Do I think they're getting ready to dump this more, or do I close this trade over here ahead of this 130 time hack? Ahead of this trend line? Which one? I gotta think logically. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna slightly reduce the size on the trade here, slightly off of that. Slightly. So I shorted here on 80 contracts and I closed 80 out over here at this bottom. So I got 80 here and here. So I got how many ticks on 80? Sell 80 at 25,955, and I got out at 942 on 80, 955. And I got out over here at 942. That was 45 ticks on 80 contracts. And just now, unrealized P&L is 2,000. All right, brother. It's 2,000. Average is here. 250 ticks to the downside would be here. Which was the original target from this. This trade copper is a lot more confusing because this shit is saying my unrealized, so it's confusing me. Let me see here. Connections, new. Unrealized P&L is at 700. Realized P&L is at 8,500. Should I close that out? So $8,500 on 80 contracts is $8,500 on that is 200 ticks to the downside. So 200 ticks to the downside from here is about here is my break even. Here. So that's my original break even. Should I like to do that? To the downside on that. Cutting it over here at this proved to be a good idea. On that. So my realized P&L is there. John's P&L is $8,500. Which is 200 ticks away from this here. So should they sweep that? Which means 626 ish. They attack 626. It'll TP it out on full. Mm. Mm. 25,955. 25,955. And I close it at 942. 25,955. 25,955. I close it at 9. Close that at 942.25. 942.25. So 53 ticks on 80. So I saved. I flipped $2,000 on that trade. 53 ticks on 80 is $2,000 that I just flipped. That I added to the wheel well, as far as that's concerned, to get a better average on that decision. Over here, down over here would be my break even on this trade in full. All right, Rise and Shine. Catch you later. ES is just squeezing past 7,000. MQ is lagging behind. SPY looks like I might want 695. What is that? Finally. Close 693.78. Low of 83 is a 5-point volume imbalance right over here, but it's at the high. 5-point volume balance up there at the high. 955. So I need, how many ticks on this? I need 200 ticks on this to get back to break even, which is 200 ticks on this. Timestamp 136. Look at this weird pattern they got going on over here. I think they want to attack this. I think they want to come over here and attack this 69.90 on this ES. I'm looking at this. And attack 692 over here on this SPY. End of day. But this is on a one-man wrecking mission right now.
Yeah, I'm on 650 for the day.
I think you should call it a day, Phantom. I'm not gonna lie. For sure.
Hey, everybody. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, you too, Phantom.
More.
You too, Phantom. Have a good day, sir.
You too, brother.
If I get into this trade, then I need 100 ticks to the downside, which will be a snap of this trend line again to get back to break even. Out of this. SPY is taking 0 prisoners. No lube today, Swan says. I have none. SPY is taking 0 prisoners. SPY is taking 0 prisoners. 100% is taking 0 prisoners. 30. Look at this. This trade has been one-sided all day. Hmm. Hmm. Saved myself $2,500 by closing it out here on this candle. We tap into this 5-minute busy. 70 ticks to the downside is here. Again here. Look at this spot. I think they're about to start hunting sell side in a second. Hmm. No way, man. They could do anything. The HOD couldn't meet the EOD again. This was an insanely out. This was an insane outlier, data outlier. They very well could do that. Hmm. They're just squeezing this up higher. Nvidia's up. Did Nvidia flash this 195? Nvidia's at 194.99. They're going to flash the Nvidia past the 195, and it's going to squeeze. Look, the Nvidia is mirroring the market itself. Nvidia is the market. It's crazy. This is attempting to roll over. The SPY is. But Nvidia is keeping NQ squeezed. Timestamp 140. We're to add more to the short. Just added more to the short or whatever, and I'm trying to target these internals, and I'm structuring this trade here accordingly. I'm looking at this trend line. I mean, I saved myself $2,000 on this break over here. But man, this is dangerous. I'll be right back. I'll be right back in a second. Hold on. This market is insanely bullish. Hold on. Look at this trend line. 1, 2, 3. They just want to squeeze this into the ELD nonstop, blindly. This is impressive. Hmm. This is honestly one of the most impressive things I've seen in a while. ticks to the downside, so I need 100 ticks to the downside. I need a trend line snap. And then the target this over here to somewhere be over at this break even, which is somewhere inside this zone. That's on 16 contracts. I don't have any more cash to do that with. Not right now. I don't have that. I got 20 contracts on that. It's hovering.
Didn't you add more to that?
Yeah, because I swung $2,000 on this, and I was trying to target this internal over here, and I'm just trying to anticipate this trend line snapping with this 130 macro, but I mean with this 130 time mac, but it's just not going.
Should have waited for that 2 p.m. silver bullet, that 2 p.m. silver bullet, because it looks like they're setting it up to go bullish. Like, you see, they got the 15 minutes and the clusters, right?
Mm.
What I noticed with the 2 p.m., there should be like another 15 minutes coming up soon. And at 2 p.m., it's either gonna inverse it to the downside or it's either gonna shoot it up.
Mm-hmm. This is insane. This is one of the most impressive things I've seen in a while. This right here is exactly why I leave anything up to interpretation with this market. Anything can happen. So it is what it is. Man, that's the reason for short. Honestly speaking, being hard headed, jumping into something where I didn't have where I wasn't managing my risk off of, going against the pre-market trade plan, just a lot of different things. Being careless and reckless because I'm trading my live cash account instead of a prop firm account where I would have cut this trade a long time ago. That's the answer. 150 coming up. Hmm. Ninja Trader, Rhythmic, whichever prop firm that I'm with, but this is my cash account. Yeah, you keep adding into it like you married to your trade idea, knowing you went against your rule. Yeah, I know. I'm very lackadaisical on the rules on my cash account, unlike on my prop firm account, because I keep seeing things that's deceiving me that normally works out for me 90% of the time. And I keep on trying to target internals, expecting this thing to roll over, but it's not. So, yes, I'm very aware of the mistakes that I'm currently making, honestly speaking.
To avoid further deception, just go ahead and set up the same measures on your cash account that you have with the prop firm
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
obviously the market is different now, so you have to move different. I know it hasn't happened to you in a while, but
Yeah, absolutely.
we gotta switch it up since they switching it up.
100%. You know, I agree. You said it. This war week is deceiving you. Tough to trade now if you 100% it is. The price action is deceiving me, for sure. This is
Tomorrow
just,
is still something too.
yeah. Yeah, no, this is just full blown relentless. Hmm. Timestamp 148. I'm just wondering why they don't roll this over and snap this trend line. Like every single thing is deceiving what I've come to know. And that's fine. It just hasn't been my day. It's only like this on my cash account though, I've noticed. When I lose this trade, I'm not gonna trade my cash account for a while. It's going to be a while. 150 timestamp it is. This is extremely deceiving.
Steve, well, you just said there were going to be a lot of fake art.
Yeah. That Trey Russell has been wild, yeah. Mm. They want to squeeze this higher with no remorse. Slow liquidation squeeze that's forcing me to hold on to this trade versus me just being able to admit defeat. ES is goofing around with the 7,000 level. ES is looking like it's trying to fucking roll over from 7,000. Maybe target this low over here or something. I don't know. This right over here was what I was anticipating. That's why I shorted here because I anticipated that it was going to reattack this internal over here potentially after we rejected this 15-minute SIBI. But it appears I was wrong. This is this is this is very very impressive. I'm being honest with you. This is mighty impressive here. Timestamp 150. Break even on this trade is right around where this 80 contract is, where these 80 contracts are. That would constitute them dumping us about 130 ticks to the downside, which they could very well do in like one candle. Should they even remotely consider to fucking start hunting sell side? If they even remotely consider hunting sell side, I would be at break even on the day. I might even make some money if they even remotely consider doing this and targeting this straight vertical pattern that they've been on right over here from this zone and then sweep this. But NQ and this NVIDIA is saying, fuck no. We don't want no parts of that. So I don't know. Is this the only time we'll stop them itself today? Not necessarily. SPY just filled that volume balance that I had the alert for. That's what that sound was. Not necessarily. That really only refers to FOMC. But yesterday it was the case because the EOD met the HOD. That was the only reason why they stopped. And then when the market opened up again, then they squeezed it through precipitation. If they even remotely consider hunting sell side on this journey, this trade, I will get out of break even on this trade. If they attack this trend line over here, then it's gonna snap. So this again becomes the easy trade again. I need to watch this. if they even remotely consider hunting sell side. Look at that weird ass pattern there. This is impressive. If if ES even remotely decides to attack this here that we displaced from over here at 1 o'clock, this trade will go full straight to this TP. If not, then they're just gonna bounce out of this 1, this 5, and this 15. This right now is the decision zone right now. This 15-minute BISI is the decision zone in regards to what they want to even remotely potentially decide to do. That is the decision zone. This BISI here and this cluster here. Look at how bullish it is. Look at that. Every dip is being bought. They attacked this SIBI, which is the reason why I doubled down. This volume was the reason why I added to the size of this because I thought they were getting ready to start hunting sell side off of that because I thought they were done going higher. But again, I was wrong. NQ's hardly pulling it back, and ES is on a one-man wrecking mission. I'm sorry, NQ is on a one-man wrecking mission, and I'm in the opposite side of this trade. I need to be watching this trend line here. Timestamp 155. This is mighty impressive, dude. Jesus Christ. This is tough. Very one-sided trade it is. All day today. I need to watch that trend line. Hmm.
You know anything about like people getting like banned from like using certain prop firms?
Yeah. Yeah.
For what? Like for what reason though? Like do you know
It
like
could
the
be
reasoning
anything.
behind it?
It could be anything. Breaking their rules. Yeah. Hedging will do it. Breaking their rules will do it 100%. Even they'll even ban you for making too much money. Excuse
What's
me.
hedging?
Whenever you go long or short on a funded account at the same time, and then whichever one makes the most amount of money, then the other one blows, and then you just coast it along the coast it the entire way. That's
Yeah, you can't really
you cannot do
do
that.
that.
You're not. You cannot do that on the funded stage. You
They
cannot
can.
do that.
Oh, they banned
Yeah,
me.
that's
They
illegal.
banned Take Profit, but banned me. Like for I forgot what they said. Let me see.
Yeah, I got banned from them for just hedging.
Yeah. They'll ban you as well if multiple users are sharing the same IP address. They'll ban that because they track all of that.
I didn't know you couldn't hedge, and I took a short. Someone had told me that I took a long on crude oil, and the direction was going
Correct.
south, and I got business
Yes,
from
correct.
that.
Yes, correct. Yeah. So like if you short so like if you long crude oil and you short, like NQ or like if you do something in the opposite direction, I'm saying like if you long or like for example, like if you long crude oil and you short the NQ or whatever the opposite correlation is, then they'll ban you for that. Because like typically speaking, whenever crude oil dumps, the NQ shoots up. So like if you do the opposite to where one of the accounts will benefit in either direction, then they'll ban that. So it doesn't even have to be the same exact asset.
No, mine is about a dispute charge.
Correct. So if you open up like if you open up a dispute, they will ban you for that too. That
But the thing is, I didn't open up a dispute.
uh,
You see what I'm saying?
uh, did you ever
I mean, I did, but I didn't. I have a different card now because somebody like took my card.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, when someone took your card, your bank probably your bank probably said that all of those charges on that card or after the specific amount of time were fraudulent. And so they probably grouped that together with that charge. That's probably what happened.
Oh.
So yeah, so like you needed to have called your bank and said, I authorize this charge. If not, then yeah, they're gonna ban you. So
Can I still do that?
no, you can't. So because they've already received that dispute. So so
Oh.
yeah, no, you're done.
Yeah, once they ban you, it's hard to get off of that thing.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know about Canadian
It's
banks. I don't
insanely
know
hard
if
to
I
get off
have
of
the
it.
opportunity to like make some crazy money, and I
You
didn't
might be able to.
work
I don't know.
correctly.
You might be able to email them. I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm saying like you might be able to email them and just to see what's going on. I don't know. You just say,
That's
hey,
how you got. It was like, yeah.
then nope. Then nope. Timestamp 2 o'clock.
Look like I might have to start using the Apex.
Yeah, I think the Apex is the best in order to get yourself up and running. You know what I'm saying, like if you're just trying to get up and running, trying to get trying to get something solid and steady, trying to get a solid stream of revenue, depending upon some accounts. I'm talking, $5,000, $10,000, a month and some consistent revenue. Like once you understand trading, there's no other better firm than Apex. Because Apex allows you to go from zero to hero the fastest and in the most efficient way possible with the lowest startup cost. They are the best as far as that's concerned. 100% they're the best.
How much they cost? How much it cost for Apex?
I don't know. It depends upon the sale. Sometimes the accounts can be 18, $20, sometimes $25.
Sometimes it's 25 and $24, I think.
Look at
Bro.
this.
Yeah, right now they
Yeah,
got
but
like
the only thing with
$2
Apex though, you got consistency though, right?
Yeah, I mean, all of the props have some form of consistency, almost all of them, except for maybe my funded futures. Once you're funded,
Take profit either. I don't think take profit
Alpha
does.
is the only one that has a decent consistency only if it's bound. So you can do whatever you want basically for 5 days.
mm,
You talking about for Apex?
No, alpha. Alpha. Alpha
Oh, you said
futures.
alpha?
Yeah. If you get like the advanced account, you don't really have any consistency.
Does alpha have daily pay? Do they have the daily payouts?
No, they got every 5 day payout, but there's no consistency. So you can make like you get one big day, like 2, 3 thousand, whatever, and then the next 2 days you just make like minimum 100, 200. You get your payout.
Oh, how much is the alpha account cost?
I think it's on sale, like $111. You just use like one of those TikToker codes and just connect it in. You get like 40, 50% discount cheaper.
Okay.
hmm,
Yeah, cause my fund of futures, they're like working with me about the dispute thing. They was like, yeah, just be patient. Don't make another account. It could
But they
ban
got
you.
a dispute with MSFU.
Yes, bro.
Yeah, what happened?
It's the same thing. Like because of my card. It's because my card got like what you call it disputed a charge.
Ah,
But
damn.
I emailed them, but their support team is like more like okay, like that's fine, like as long as you and I sent them that I disputed it, and you know what I'm saying. They were just like, okay, you're just gonna have to be patient through this process.
Yeah, you don't
hmm.
want to deal with them. They got some crazy accounts too. Yeah.
Yeah, I like their rapid plan.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah, and then I mean, can you really beat 2 days to pass?
Yeah, the 50% are good.
And E, do you get how many days? How many payout? Or is Apex the 5 day payout too, or is that like 10 days or
M-
14?
minimum 5 days, like $150 in profit or something like that. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to read the new rule book. I have not familiarized myself with that new rule book that they came out with. ever since I took them for that last 25K payout.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, because you don't use them no more, do you? You just use the bullet knots.
Mm-hmm. They're just going sideways, confusing people. Hmm.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, yeah, you don't really use them no more, do you?
Hmm.
I'm a little intrigued.
Hmm. What do they want to do here? They're going sideways. They have not hunted sell side not one time today. Zero. Zero, zero, zero. The only chance that they have is this trend line snap that they're coming up on. That's it. If they don't want to do that, then I'm gonna just admit defeat. It just is what it is. 205, 209 Timac. Either they dump this out of this 209 Timac, or I'm going to close this trade and I'm going to admit defeat. I've been holding on to this trade for far too long, and I'm running out of things in my back pocket on as to why they would want to hunt sell side. I am literally running out of things in my back pocket on as to why they would want to do so. I'm not just going to blindly hope and pray. That's not what this is what I'm not going to do. And then I will just take a month-long break and then replenish $20,000 from these prop firms from the losses that I've taken. They keep goofing around with this 7,000 on this ES. Do they flash it from the zone and then snap this trend line here? Do they do that or not? So, floating at 7,000 loss. Nice. 11,000. Right, it says, I believe they will eventually come down. Hmm. Yeah, some positive HVO, so it's being deceptive. Hmm. 208, 209. After this, I have nothing in my back pocket on as to why they would want to go lower. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like after this, like I will literally have nothing in my back pocket on that's why they want to go lower. At like after this, I am going to assume that the EOD will meet the HOD again today. That's what I'm going to assume if they don't dump this from this 209 time act and snap this trend line. That's what I'm going to assume on my soul. What is that? Close. Oh wait. Look at that. Look at that trend line. Look at that. Shorted up here on 80. So I rents $2,000. So I rents $4,000 on this trade. Current daily P&L is down 9,000 so far today. So in order to get 9,000, I need what's that? 200 ticks to the downside, which is here. Sweeping these lows off of this trend line snap. I could have held, but I decided not to. Not on 16 contracts. Oh, not on 160 contracts. I will not. I'm structuring this trade into becoming a better loser into something I'm a little bit more comfortable with. Hmm. 212. Yeah, Nvidia's pulling it back from 195. Now they want to remotely start hunting sell side and slipping 7,000 on this ES remotely. If they target this, I wonder. Hmm. Hmm. 'Want to reduce the size on this trade over here for this trend line snap. I'm just in 40 contracts right now. What's my realized loss on this? minus P&L minus 6K loss. 6,000 on 40 contracts is. I'll hold this. If they shoot this up higher, then I'll add more and structure this trade accordingly. If I would have held just now from this high, I would have been out at break even, arguably. But I didn't want to risk it on 160 contracts. That should have been what I should have did. Because all I needed was 160 ticks. I didn't want to risk it. How to manage my risk. I will lose today. It's a matter of how much do I lose today. That is the only debate. I will lose today. How much I lose is the question. I somehow managed to rinse 80. I somehow managed to rinse 160 contracts for about 100 ticks a pop. So two. So 160 contracts to my overall P&L for about 100 ticks is $8,000 from my overall losses. It come down here into the zone, I'll down there be at break even essentially. Or as a matter of fact, I'll take a $2,000 loss rather. Timestamp 216. Could close this for. Oh, let's see here. Hmm. If I close this right now, I'll take a $4,000, $4,500 loss. They're snapping this and they're bleeding this out of this 209 time hack. Never went higher. I'm gonna slightly reduce the size on this down to 20 to become a better loser. They want to bleed this out. They're about to bounce this at some point in time. They might want to attack this low here. We need to watch that. We need to watch this 693. What they want to do over here on this spy. They might attack the 693. That's what I'm watching. If I would have held here on my max contract size, I would have been out far past the break even. I would have made like 2 or 3 thousand. But I stopped trying to make money. I stopped that. That's a fallacy. Making money is a fallacy right now. I need to be out. $2,800 loss.
This is what we all been waiting for.
Absolutely. The safest thing to do, man, is to trade these trend line snaps. That's the I would have made. I swear to God. I I swear to God, I literally would have made $5,000 to $8,000 on that. But instead, I lost. I lied. I did not. I lied. I lost more than that. I lost $6,700 on that in cash on that trade. But I just couldn't risk this because I couldn't tell whenever they were going to do this. Hmm. Hmm. That's crazy. I had to be out whenever they swept this internal. Then whenever Spy took out this low over here. Look at that. They're just going down in a straight line now. Crazy. Imagine if I would have held. But I could not have anticipated that. Hmm. Hmm. They're slipping 7,000 over here on this ES. Hmm. I learned a lot today. What'd you learn, Jesse? Yeah, I know.
They might try to shoot it up back because crude oil is going up, not crude oil is dropping.
Hmm. Hmm. Definitely should have held on to that. With 160 contracts, because I'd already rinsed them once. I just need 100 ticks to the downside off of one of these moves here. Hmm. Nah, they're hunting sell side right now. I don't think they're interested in trying to go higher. It's just that they're just not giving you a chance to participate up or down. They're bleeding it up.
Finally, I played it. I played it to that. I got in at that one Mississippi when that first presenter was.
This is what I was anticipating happening earlier, but if they didn't do this at the 209 time hack, I was going to cut that trade and I was going to fully admit defeat.
So they took a $500 loss on it.
They about to go to this damn 625 on these Qs.
Yeah, that's what my target.
What a trade, man. They're just bleeding us out now. Non-stop.
But you got look good unaffected.
God damn.
Never look crispy on the sugar.
They're going to run this trend line at full. Come down here to this 15-minute busy. Look at that. They snapped this. Mm. Look at this. Hmm. What is that? Mm. Paper trading is the way to go. To practice was such a good learning day today. Jesse says, yeah. This is bullish.
Yeah, we're still in that learning streak because they came down. They're gonna try to shoot us at least halfway. In the inverse FVG, they shot up on the 1 hour daily candle.
Mm-hmm. That's the problem with trading your cash account is that you lose. Yes, you can withdraw the money immediately, but you can lose it the same day. This is bullish. Mm. Mm. Excuse me. Mm. Mm. What's happening to this one of this 5 minute exhibit? Mm. I want to go higher. Mm. You ignoring the chat today? No, not necessarily. It's just that I'm just looking for a trade right now, so I can't truly instruct and then look for high level trades in the meantime. So it's not that I'm ignoring you. You asked me a question. You said you took a trade today. Like I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful, but you can see the total P and you can see the daily P&L too. And I clicked on your profile, and you've been following me for 18 to 20, almost 3 weeks now. And so you should be able to see like if I'm in a trade for sure the arrows, but yeah, I switched that, but you should be able to see the P&L. So questions like that I may not answer while I'm looking for a trade. Not trying to be rude, I'm just being honest. I mean, can you see the P&L? Now tell me people don't paper trade on live. Hmm? What do you mean? Paper trade on live. That's my live cash account I'm down. How do I know this is not paper? Mm. I don't have to necessarily prove that to you, but this is my live cash account that I'm down. I wouldn't brag about being down $8,000 in cash. I would just rather say it's paper and I made a mistake. That's how. Yep, that's how. I was just hoping this was paper. Call my fault you lost your money. Yeah, I was hoping it was paper too, but it is not, unfortunately. Yeah. My risk management on my cash account is a little bit different. I still feel money the same. But versus when I'm trading my funded accounts, I size differently. And I may jump the gun on trades and I'm liable to enter into C plus entries instead of waiting for B plus and A plus entries only initially. I'm liable to do that. So that was my mistake. I will not be trading after today, I won't be trading my cash account for a while. For sure. Because I just keep on getting roasted on these. Like nonstop. Nonstop. 2 days. Out of the last 3 to 4 days, out of the last 4 days of trading my cash account, I'm down like 20,000 plus in cash. Hmm. God knows what I could have done with that money. We're attacking a consequent encroachment now of this SIBI here. And then there's this volume balance over here lower. I might try and take a base hit off 10 contracts to try and get might try and take a base hit of 10 contracts to try and get 40 ticks to the downside off of this. If I know anything. After that, then I'll probably be done. Because why? Because they keep on roasting me, it appears. So yeah, there's that. So there's that one. Be watching this volume balance away that they left behind. Jesus Christ. They're refusing to attack sell side. It's like there's a vendetta on sell side today. Close of 46, low of 50. There's a 4 point volume balance here. They're just refusing to attack sell side today. Today is just not my day, it appears. Jesus Christ. Wow, that's mighty impressive. Yeah, nah. I'm not gonna do this again today. I'm damn sure not gonna do this again today. Fuck no, not again today. Let me see. Wow. It's mighty fucking impressive, man. So help me God, that's mighty impressive. Mighty impressive. Let's see something here. That's where I draw the line today. One base hit tomorrow to then feel somewhat good about today. I draw the line at that. Mm. I draw the line. I fully admit defeat today. Why? Because why? Because it's 242. So I fully admit. So I fully admit defeat today. It's 242. I don't think that anything serious is going to materialize for the rest of this day. As far as the price action is concerned, is conducive in regards to what I normally feel. So I'm going to close today down $5,300 in cash, and up on my prop firm accounts $200 something per account. I will no longer be trading my cash account. Why? It's not because I don't think that I could trade my cash account. I'm clearly profitable doing that. Nothing has changed. But however, I am clearly ignoring risk management per protocol, and I need to put myself in timeout. Why? Because whenever I trade my live cash account, it appears to be that that doesn't appear. I'm down 20,000 in the last 4 or 5 days. Can you imagine what someone could do with $20,000 in cash? Yeah, I know. So I don't need the money to survive by no means, but I can't be stupid and then have a really bad month and then I lose 40 or $50,000 in cash, and then I set myself back an entire month's worth of income. Like that would be stupid. I would, I'm not gonna do that. So with that being said, I decided to take one base hit so that I could feel good going into the following day. I mean, not good, but just soften the blow rather. That was my entire purpose of shorting that. So, what else? What else? What else? So yeah, there's that. Hold on, real quick. Let me get some water. I got my water right here. So there's that. So I am going to. So I am going to focus. And my entire goal for the next week and after 2 weeks would be to dig myself out of a $20,000 hole from the prop firms. So I would just be taking base hits off my Bullinux accounts as far as that's concerned. Then I will replenish that and then I will go to the prop firms. Because do you understand how many accounts I would have to blow to lose 20,000 in cash? I mean, I have a propensity to put $3,000 or $4,000 in it and to turn $3,000 or $4,000. I'm sorry, $2,000 or $3,000 into an account. I'm into a prop firm and then to turn it into 25 to 30,000. Logically speaking, based off of how I've how I've come to trade prop firms, for $20,000 I could have turned it into 200,000, and I blew that opportunity the last few days. So almost my entire Apex payout that I got maybe like a month or so ago, like about a month ago, I gave up. So it is what it is. There's an hour and 15 minutes left in this day. I don't think there's going to be anything reasonable coming about. So it is what it is. $5,500 loss I take. Mm. 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 $1,500. Anyway, why aren't you treating your cash account like your prop account? Mm. A very good question. You want to know why? Because mm, because what it is honestly speaking, what it is if I just make like $100 to $150 a day on my cash account, that does not quantify me That is not that is not let me put it like this. So this is probably a good learning lesson. So that's not enough in order for me to live off of on a daily basis. So for me personally, like right now where I'm at, so like I have to increase my risk and my size depending upon what I'm looking at to then have it equal what I'm used to making on taking base hits on the proper counts. So the whole thing that I do with the with the base hits and the making the 150 to the 150 $200 at the most $300 a day on the live cash account, that's a little bit different. So my risk is skewed slightly. What I mean by the risk being skewed a little bit more is, hold on. What I mean by that is like you can spread out your risk on the prop accounts if you're willing to wait just a few weeks. So you can get rich off of making two, three, $400 a day if you're willing to wait a month and a half of just taking solid base hits and then cutting your risk and just leaving it that like it's like just leaving it that it's just as far as that's concerned, right? So like you can do that. Um, Whereas on a singular cash account, you're going to have larger profit targets and you're going to have to trade with larger size, if that makes sense. Um, so my mentality is slightly different and my aggression is different as well because I have so much money saved up and I could essentially just keep replenishing a cash account until I just until feel insane discomfort like how I just reviewed myself just now, then I'll just stop. So, you know, um, those are some of the factors that just go into it, if that makes sense. I meant more like risk management. Um, yeah, so like my normal size on my cash account is like 10 to 12 minis, whereas on the proper accounts it's like 3 to 5, and like I'm objective trading. So and then also I just happen to get roasted and cooked on a day to where they squeeze it indefinitely. Like today, it was a one-off day, and then the other day was the I'm not going to make any excuses, but the other day it was the FOMC, so it just wasn't adhering to price action. So just time itself. So just 2 poor days to trade, and I was just trading my cash account on those. So it is what it is. Um, you know, but this is a perfect example, and as to why this is what I'm saying. Like people need to understand that like like every single trading session is a learning lesson. Every single trading session is a learning lesson. So for anyone watching, you need to be mindful. And what you need to be mindful of is this. What you need to be mindful of is this. Is what was I going to say? Is if you want to go full time, you need to not be worried about the money that's in that cash account. You cannot do this shit full time if you're worried about that money in that cash account. So, oh my God, you cannot do that shit. Why? Because if you need 10, 50, because why? Because if you need $20,000, for example, like if you need $20,000 to survive off of, then that's going to be a problem for you. So you need to understand that. So you need to have some source of other revenue that's making you money while you're sleeping, or you need to keep your main source of income the main thing until you have a specific amount of money saved up that can weather the storm on these bumps and bruises. So people saying go cash account, this can happen to you for sure. Hey, cash account is king, man. Do you know how many prop accounts I would have to blow to lose $20,000 in cash, bro? Like I would literally have to lose my mind. Now the opportunity to make 20,000 was there, yeah, but how I trade, probably not. So
Oh, so E, so I did some research on the Apex Jones. So now they switched to 30% consistency interval to 50%
50,
now.
correct, and then they reduced the contract size that you're allowed to trade, and then
Yeah.
and then what they did was they said that after the sixth payout, you have to close the account. So,
Oh.
but however, but most people not making it to six payouts anyway. But there are max caps on the payouts. So like the first payout is like max 1,500. The second is like 2,000. The third is like 2,500. Exactly. Exactly.
When you get the payout, it's like that's what I was saying. You'd be up 2,500 on each account. Really, all you need is $1,000 payout. That's your first 20K month right there.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep building the account.
Exactly.
And then they say that they took away the not paying people thing too. I've been seeing that.
Yeah, that's what they say, but
Yeah, I don't know if it's true
uh,
or not, but
yeah, I remember them saying that a while ago. So like, I remember them saying that like 2 years ago, and then like after like a month or two of people getting comfortable, then they start to revert back because then they say, oh, well, too many people is abusing this. Then they ask you to hold the camera up to your face. So I've been through that whole song and dance with Apex multiple times.
nice, nice.
So you know,
Okay, so after we take a million from Apex, like what's your next like proper after that?
I don't have any more accounts with Apex. I'm done. I don't have any accounts with Apex. I'm with Bullinox strictly, and I was trading my cash account, but I'm not gonna trade my cash account now because I'm down 20,000 in cash over like the last 3 or 4 days trading. So I'm not
Do
gonna
you
do that.
add MSFU to like your funding?
Man, I just don't like trading the eval process. So I said so. What I said I was gonna do was I said that I was gonna copy trade um those accounts with my cash account and trade it as such, but just the risk parameters is completely different. So I said I was gonna do that, and then just pass it out after like 2 or 3 weeks, but I just didn't get the chance to do it. So honestly speaking, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to prop firm trading, and I'm just gonna take a few base hits, and I'm gonna do that over the next week or two, reestablish confidence, and then like I'm gonna try and withdraw all of the money from the Bullinox accounts, and then I'm gonna replenish the $20,000 in cash that I've lost over the last 3 or 4 days. It's gonna take me about 2 to 3 weeks in order to in order to do this again. It's gonna take me like 2 or 3 weeks, but it is what it is. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. So today is a day again.
You would have already passed it.
So what?
I feel like this money you should have had it. I feel like you would have already passed MMFU account with
Yeah.
all the base hits that you did.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
yeah, I know, but the basis that I normally do, it'll take about 2 or 3 weeks, and I just like me personally, like I just don't like trading evals. So like that's just something where like I have to get over. Like I have to get over the fact that I'm making 200% on an account before I even get to the account, like before I start trading, and then uh, you know, and then after that, what was I saying? Forget the point I was making. Forget the point I was making. Higher time frame swing setups should show liquidity grabs in the thing. What you mean, Josh? I forget the point I was making, but no. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. I fully admit defeat today on my cash account. Proper's okay. I got 2 more days of trading this account, then I request a payout. Everyone in their mom shorted. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I knew it was going higher, and I still got cooked. So I mean, if I would have held on to that short from earlier, I would have made like 10,000, but I didn't do so. Mm.
I did see the Alpha Futures jump. Abdul, that jump was pretty good too.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
heard.
that's good.
Yeah, that's
That's
like
what I
for a
heard.
bigger payout though. Like that's just like excuse. That's like personal.
Not really a bigger payout. Like say, in one day you traded across your accounts, that means it's like 1,600, and you just want to do base hits. It's like the same thing like Apex. Like you do the base hits, but there
Hmm.
you could actually keep your 1,600 or 2,000 or whatever big, and trade the spot and hit for the day or for the week, and then the rest of the week all you make is like 100, 200, and out of the 5 days you get that payout.
Yeah, I seen what you call this pretty good too.
That's how to trade pre and alphas with two MSFU
Haven't really researched the rules. Haven't really looked at the rules.
I don't think is there a max payout? Or is there a max payout on boosters? I don't know about that. I do know it's where they pass though.
What's this? Mm,
I think the ones where the pass is at 20, I think it's like 40% or something like that.
Oh, that's no problem for you.
hmm. Mhm. Yeah. Hmm.
Wait, so E, when they closed your Apex account, did you use another like email or something and got more?
Yeah, so yeah, I know how to get around it. Yeah, you know, I know how to get around it. But to get around it, you need like a new ID. You need, you like, you need to, what I'm saying, like, you need to change the machine ID on your computer that you're entering trades onto. You need
That
to,
shit is crazy.
yeah, bro. You need to for sure change the IP address, and you need, you need the Norton VPN to where you change your IP address. I mean, like you know what I'm saying?
I
All
know
of
about
that
all
stuff.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
I'm confused though. How you get banned for didn't old boy the dude you showed us like to on the YouTube video, didn't he liquidate him for like 2.5 or something crazy like that?
Yes, correct. Yo, maybe a little bit over three or something.
Yeah, like so I'm confused. How is it that you got banned but he didn't?
Because he's a high level influencer, and so they probably welcomed him back. Because you got to keep in mind, on those max payouts, on payouts of that size and of that magnitude, they make more money from people thinking that they'll make 3.5 million than they do from banning him or keeping him away. Because his following is so large to where he has hundreds of thousands of people following him and using that code. So he brings so so he brings a lot of people into the mix. So that's why they don't do that. If you're not a high level influencer, then once you're profitable, then they will ban you. If you're a high level influencer and you've become famous off of it, then they will extend a welcome offer to you. That's what happened with JCap, and that's what happened with the dude uh, that founded this thing called the Lab Trading or whatever his name is. The other dude that made like 2.1 million from Apex. I forget his name. Exactly.
I feel like that's kind of crazy though. How y'all mad because you know what I'm saying you profitable? It's like you have more unprofitable people than you have profitable.
Yeah,
What do you mean profitable people?
yeah, but why not have more profit? It's a business. Like, why not?
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah,
It is a business. I'm not
yeah.
disagreeing on that point. I'm just saying like it was just the principle.
Yeah, why keep profitable people on whenever you can limit them in their methods that's making them take money away from the business? A business's entire model is to only transact with people that are going to bring them money. You don't want to transact with people that are taking money from your business. Why would you want to do that? So
So you wouldn't work with them?
I wouldn't work with who?
They were like if they came to you and was like, I got a deal for you, right? For like let's say 2.5 mil for you to work with us and to get traders, would you work with them?
If they offer me a deal for 2.5 million and free accounts, or like if they offer me like $1 million deal, or like if they well one they wouldn't do that. You know, like they'd offer you like anywhere from 25 to $50,000 a month. If that was the case, then yes, I would work with them because even though I'm banned, I still recommend them as the best firm to get up and running. So I'm not even working. So I'm banned from them, and people still ask me, and people say, "Hey, which one would you prefer?" And I still say Apex because that's going to help students get into the door, and the accounts are the cheapest. So I mean, I still basically promote them anyway because they're the best, one way or another. Hate them or like them, they are the best, and they have the opportunity for you to scale up the highest and the fastest. So, so me working with them wouldn't change my opinion.
And the cheapest to like even with the activation fee.
Correct.
Isn't the
They're the
activation fee like
cheapest.
130?
Yes, correct. Yeah, they're the cheapest. So I wouldn't. So like my opinion wouldn't change. But like if I think they're the worst, then yeah, I would not do that. But I still think they're the best as far as that's concerned. So yeah, I was down $9 or $10,000 today. Now I'm down 5.3 in cash. Poor trade I took. That's the equivalent of me taking a 10 contract trade and then losing 100 ticks or so on 10 contracts. I'm going to use this as another very expensive learning lesson. I am not going to touch my cash account. I'm not going to do that. I was going to lose regardless today. It was just a matter of how much. That was the only question. This is bullish. They want to squeeze us higher into oblivion. Zero to hero. Yes. That's correct. Zero to hero is the best way, and Apex is the best way to go from zero to hero. Because in the beginning, you need to keep your barrier to entry really low. So if you're trying to get payouts and trying to prove consistency, like you don't need to be buying accounts that are you don't need to be buying straight to funded accounts that are $300 or $400 a pop. Because if you lose 10 of them, you're gonna be down $4,000. Whereas if you just blow 10 evals for $25, then you're only gonna be down $225 and you can learn. Hmm. So your barrier to entry needs to be lower so that when you make money you can turn back profitable again as soon as possible. Got roasted on my cash account. Look at them squeeze it up here in a straight line, and they're getting ready to attack the HOD again. They're getting ready to reattack 7,000 on this damn ES in a straight line now. No remorse. They are. Zero remorse. They are. Straight line attack. Bullish. Hmm. Rejecting this 1, and this 5, and this 15. Excuse me. Look at this straight vertical liquidation squeeze here from 626 to 630 in a straight line. No prisoners. Market. Zero prisoners it takes today. QQQ is 1% away from all time high. Can you believe it? Look at this, boy. QQQ is less than 2% away from all-time high. SPY all-time high is 697. If they sneeze another good day, they're gonna be at the all-time high. Look at that. In one swoop, look at that. If this is all-time high, you know. I'm sorry, no, I lied. 69787. Here. If they sneeze wrong, they're gonna be at all-time high overshoot. And once they do that, it's gonna come in clusters. It's not gonna stop there. They're gonna take it past to like another 1%. If they sneeze wrong, they're going there. Hey, why not just stack accounts? Pass in 2 days, then pay out in 1 day my Fun of Futures wrapper account. Fire will tell you about those my Fun of Futures. Yeah, I was doing that, but the eval process was giving me a headache. So in the meantime, while I was rinsing Bullinox, I figured let me trade my cash account. So that's what I figured. So it is what it is. Look at you. They want to squeeze. Because full pour and rinse is everyone. Yeah, correct. That's what I was trying to do in the evals. I was trying to full pour them, and I was blowing them. Overall, April has not been a good month for me.
Well, it depends. Like I full poured those evals on freaking crude oil, but honestly, I did it after 1 or 2 contracts, and I was waiting until NQ is like going bullish.
Yeah.
I was starting the shit out of that, bro. No
Hmm.
bullshit.
Hell yeah.
Cause you only need like 100 ticks to get to like 1,000 on freaking crude oil. So like you only need like 150 ticks, and that's 1,500 basically.
This shit is looking like it's trying to damn squeeze to this moon, boy. Right back to here where I originally shorted it. Look at that squeeze. I mean, I scaled out and I scaled out. I mean, if I would have held here, down here to the zone, it would have been a perfect short. I would have made a shitload of money. Because my average was just 100 ticks lower than this. It was here. Hold on. No. I need to come here. Let me out. Break even.
I took those long because that 257, I think, or 47, that was already blocked in the bottom.
How many contracts was I in? Yeah, I needed 60 more ticks to get back to. I needed 80 as a matter of fact from where I got out here. So I'm just looking at this. So I needed 80 ticks to get back to break even from that trade. So from here, I needed to come to here. And then I would have made that would have been my break even earlier. Here would have been my break even where I got out on the 20 here. That would have been my break even on that trade. If I would have held it to where I got out at on my last contract sizing, I would have made I would have made 90 ticks on 160 I would have made $6,500. Look at that. Imagine that. Back back up here at the HOD. Look at that. They took it straight to the HOD in a straight line. Can you believe that? Wow. Lord have mercy. Boy, they have a vendetta today. These people have a clear vendetta today with this market. I can't ever do it on evals. I blow up every because full port. Yeah, yeah. I full ported on the eval instant pass method, but boy, they just took out that HOD just now. Did y'all see that? And they just made double tops on the Qs just now up here at these highs. Look at this. Look at this double top. Look.
Hey E, do you quick question? Do you normally include if it's if news is the day prior to FOMC?
You said, do I do what
You
with FMC?
normally you normally include that in our plans for the day the next day, right? Well, you normally advise us if it's going to be some
Oh,
FOMC
oh yeah,
news.
for sure. Yeah, yeah. Any major news driver that I back tested, then yeah, then like I'll send out outside the pre-market trading plan, and then like, but like if you see a red folder news event and it's not included in that plan, then someone for sure message me and say, hey, I mean, it doesn't hurt, in order to ask, but I don't think FOMC is tomorrow. FOMC is not tomorrow.
Okay, because I have three evals that I need to go ahead and stop playing with and pass them.
Right.
It's with Funded Next. They had like a thing where it was I paid like an extra $39 to have no consistency on eval and on um Funded.
Hmm.
So I'm trying to hurry up and pass them because
How much
I think
time you
it's
got?
only huh?
How much time you got until it expires?
Well, I just got them, so like
Oh.
literally.
Okay, yeah. Well, if I was you, honestly speaking, like I would just try and take base hits, and I would try to take easy, super easy trades to take on those accounts. Like that's just what I would do, and I would say like since you're just starting out, like I would seriously try to pass them. Like I would not just try to do eval instant pass or do any one of those things. Like I would seriously all just decide try to pass those accounts. Like just normally speaking, taking base hits, grow your confidence off of that because you know, I mean, like it's gonna hurt a lot more if you pass them, get YOLOing, and then like you go through the growing pains of blowing the accounts throughout that learning process when you was close to a payout. So it's gonna hurt. So it's best to learn right now and to practice on one of them individually right now, and then to take easy trade setups. And if you get that account to a payout, then great. You get that account to a payout, then that pays for everything that you lost before. If you lose, then great. You only lose one account, and you got two more others.
Yeah, okay.
Double top size
I'm
short.
trying to yeah, I'm trying to do one at a time versus copying them. But if I get some news, I would love to just you know get them all passed. But I do
Yeah.
understand, and I am taking my
Yeah. Well.
time.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Well. The news events happen on non-farm payrolls, CPI, uh, and on those are the two ones that I back tested for sure. Trey says double tops are short from Discord. Who told you that? Double tops. Double tops does not mean short. Double top means long. They're going to attack. That that's that that's exactly what double tops mean. Who told you that, Trey? That's false. Who told you that? Double and triple tops is literally one of the immediate draws in liquidity that we use. They're going to attack that high. That's why I put that alert there. They're going to eclipse that. If you see a double top, you need to not go opposite of that. If you see, it is the opposite. If you see a double bottom, you short when they do when they go away. You do not short a double top. They're going to attack, just like how they just did just now. I think I told you that earlier, but I may have said that in passing. Now I'm directly addressing you on that. They attack double bottoms. That's why I had this alert here. If you see a double top, they're going to attack. If you see a perfect double bottom like that, they're going to attack. Trading heavy to pass mess with my psychology, made base hits feel inadequate. Agreed, Dean. Timestamp is 317. They are squeezing this into oblivion. Imagine if I would have held on to that trade. But I mean, I would have closed that over there at the bottom anyway. So I was either going to make 5 or 6 thousand or lose 5 or 6 thousand. So it is what it is. Can you believe what the hell they just did just now in a straight line? Can you believe that, boy? These people are not here to goof around or to play. Can you believe what the hell that they just did, boy? Did y'all just see that? We're up here at the HOD now.
Trey, Bernie says that short term. Like if they form like double tops or double bottoms short term, like quickly, you can get a little scalp going away from it, and then they come back and get them, like the way he's talking about.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think he had any confused.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct.
Yeah, but it's a short trade. You can't hold it for too long. You got to keep
Thank God that you just said. Now, I'm not sure he was talking about during Asia, but I'm talking about during New York. If you see perfect to the exact tick double tops, they're going to like anything perfect to the exact tick. Where like people go, I feel safe there. They're going to attack. Yeah, I got a small scalp from it, not bad. Well, you got lucky on that small scalp just now. Look at them squeeze this into oblivion, boy. The HOD might meet the EOD again today, it appears. Yeah, boy, these people are crazy, boy. They not playing, boy. Lord Jesus. Mm, mm, mm. No. Lord Jesus, boy, they not playing. Can you believe it? This is mighty impressive, I swear to God. I haven't seen something this impressive in a while. That's
Do
the,
you ever trade Asia?
that's nah, I don't. That's 300 ticks in a straight line, nonstop. Jesus Christ, boy, that is impressive. Timestamp 320. Hmm. That is impressive up here. Wow, they took out everybody and everything. Man, that is impressive, boy. What they just did just now. Wow, that Nvidia went to 196. That's what did it. Nvidia Nvidia was hovering around 195. Let's look at the Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia's HOD over here before 3 o'clock was at 195, and they wanted to flash to one. I mean, was below 195. Nvidia was knocking on the door multiple times. Nvidia skyrocketed the Qs to the HOD because why would they just stop at the eight? Why would they make 194.99 the HOD? Like why would they do that on Nvidia? Why not just squeeze it through the? Why not just squeeze it to the highs? That's what they did, and then when they squeezed the Nvidia up past the 195 psychological round hole number of 195 and blew everybody's account shortening on 0 DTE up here into the zone, it forced the entire QQQ higher, and they're just squeezing this nonstop. That is insane, bro. It's been a while since I've seen something like this. This is impressive. Whew. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, that's impressive. Boy. Very impressive. Look at the Nvidia squeeze. Wow. Mm. Wow. It's been a while since I've seen something this impressive. I'm serious. I also closed out of that trade earlier. I'm gonna be honest with you because the trade copy was confusing me. I thought that I was down $2,300, but in reality, I was down 7,000. So the trade copy screwed me. Otherwise, I would have held. And they just went down in a straight line, so I couldn't re-add back in. Look at that squeeze, dude. Can you believe that? This is the only reason why I'm on live stream right now still is because this is insanely impressive. I'm learning a lesson right now. I'm learning a very valuable lesson right now. Like I'm personally teaching myself something right now. Like this market is teaching me something, and I'm watching this. This is very impressive. Otherwise, I would have been on stream long ago. But but when it comes to this, I'm a student for knowledge. This is GameStop short squeeze all over again. Yeah, that was crazy, Azzy. They want to go 628 on the Qs, it appears. They're just going up here nonstop. Qs is at HOD is at 627.96. Why not poke it through 628? This is insane. It's been a while since I've seen this. Hmm.
I see price action not make sense on some of these like news days and stuff, but I
Yes.
haven't in my 2 or 3 months of like trading.
You've
I
seen
haven't
something
seen
like
nothing
this.
like this.
Yeah, nah.
Why?
This is wild. What they're doing is they're pricing in that insane PPI release that just came out. Man, they might do a liquidation candle squeeze up at this top. The HOD is 627.98. Why not go 628?
Bro, NQ is gonna go to 26027.
Man, they about to take the man, they about to take the HOD out on this damn ES, it appears. This is wild, dude. Look at that. Have you seen something like this in a few months? Wow. That's what an outlier will do. This market is rushing to price in that PPI inflation report. That is impressive, boy. And when they pop this, they're going to do a god body shoot through the zone. Like you about to see something fierce and mean, boy. These people are not here to play. That is impressive, bro. Timestamp. They just took out 628 just now in the Qs. The only thing left is this HOD over here on the ES, and why would they not pop this? Wow. In a straight line, they did. No pullback either. Like it's either down in a straight line or up in a straight line, it appears. There's zero confusion. They're trying to hurt everybody. They might take this shit to 695 if they do this on a serious note. They might go spy 695. Be on alert. Timestamp 324. Have you seen such a thing? Look at the HOD pop. They didn't take out the HOD on the SPX. They're working right. They're working on it on the ES. They stopped it on the tick. This is not going to hold. This is a perfect double top. They're getting ready to break it through right now. This is bullish off the Chizane. Like how they used to say 25 years ago. Chizane. Wow. Goodness gracious, Lord. Whew. Man, boy. Wow, what a day, huh? Can you believe it? Look at that eclipse. They eclipsed that high just now. There's nothing to stop them. This market is bullish off the chain. Wow. Look at that. Wow. That is impressive, son. I'm not going to lie. Have I seen something like this since it's been a while? Jesus. The unexpected. Oh, that 209 time hack was the only reason why they dumped it. They just squeezed it into oblivion ever since. Be on alert for a slight pullback at this point in time. They just got done rinsing every single human imaginable. Wow. Can you believe that? TP of 025. Lord Jesus, that's crazy. Shit, they might go 26,000 on this on this damn NQ for real. Shit. They right there. That's what's next. 26,000 is right here. Why not squeeze it to 26,000 next? I'm just being honest. Like, why not go 26,000? Like, why? What's to stop them? What is to stop these people? They just took out the HOD just now. Why not go 26,000? They barely popped this shit here. Why not squeeze it into the zone and go 26,000? Why are we so bullish? That PPI came in the coolest it has come in 1 year. So the market is rushing to price this in before our very eyes. And then obviously we're in a multi-day buy-side delivery program model. This market was bullish as hell. Everybody keeps shorting it. They're gonna squeeze it into oblivion, boy. Look at that candle. Wow. Have you seen such a thing, boy? They just they just turned it on. They just flipped it on. That's 300 ticks in a straight line, nonstop, no pullback, zero. Pullback don't even exist. Pullback, I never heard of her. Wow, that is impressive. Pullback, I've never heard of her. Do you know who pull? Do you know of a pullback? Never heard of her. Shit, no pullback is correct, man. It's just fucked up. They said, hell no. Not today. Look at this. Why not squeeze it higher? For what would stop them from going 26,000? Round whole number. Like what would stop these people at this point in time? There's nothing to stop them. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That's wild. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Look at that, boy. Lord Jesus, look at that. Timestamp 328. Wow, that is impressive, dude. Scary part is when do we get a pullback? I have no idea. The EOD can meet the HOD at this point in time. Who knows what they'll do? It's best to just watch. That's the safe play. On my soul, that's a safe play. If I short this, I wonder if I get 40 ticks to the downside of this. I'm gonna short this on 4 contracts and I'm gonna try and get a base hit off of this. Timestamp 329. Wow. What that is mighty impressive right there. I'm not sure if I've seen such a thing in a while. Hmm. That is insanely impressive. So help me God, that's insanely impressive. This damn ES is taking 0 prisoners, boy. Never. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. My God. Have you ever seen such a thing, boy? Lord Jesus. I said I was gonna walk away, but goddamn. They squeezed it up in a straight line and they swept their liquidity and blew everybody's accounts. I'm like, I'm thinking to myself logically, like, why would they not pull us back 40 ticks? Hmm. If they don't, then my God, may He help us. This is rigged, which it is. Look at that. It is rigged, 100%. Close 57, lower 60. Lord Jesus. Wow, look at that, boy. Have you ever seen such a thing? 30-minute ring coming in now. They wrenched everybody. Look at this ES squeeze into fucking oblivion. Holy shit. Look at that, dude. Holy shit. Look at that ES. Oh my God. ES and NQ are going in the opposite directions. This is a lesson. They're here to teach people a lesson at this point in time. This is flat out ridiculous. NQ is trying to dump and ES is saying no, I want to go higher. Opposite direction they are. Wow. Look at that. That is insanely impressive, son. Look at the ES squeeze into fucking oblivion, bro. Holy shit. Timestamp 332. Holy shit. Wow. Look at that ES. They're gonna go 695 on this motherfucker. Wow. That is some this is about a just take a 50 contract, brother. My God, yeah. Wow. Have you seen such a thing ever in your lifetime? My newswire said he hasn't seen anything like this in 4 years. what he said. Well, I saw this whenever Trump walked back the tariff situation. Y'all seen it then, but damn, that's crazy, bro. Everybody blew up their accounts. Well, if you shorted it, you did. If you blindly longed it, then shit, you living on the fat hog. But that usually doesn't work. Wow. EOD will meet the EOD will meet the HOD 2 days in a row. The unfathomably unlikely has been accomplished with these people. Can you believe it? Wow. Look at that ES. Jesus Christ, dog. Holy shit, man. I've never seen such a thing. The dump will be generational with this long swan says, boy, they're gonna go all time high, boy. Like how I said, these people these people are not even concerned. We're going lower. They're not even fucking concerned, boy. We're going no goddamn lower. That is crazy. Jesus H. Christ. Look at that. Wow. $800 trade up here at the top. $4,500 loss. I will take zero trades for the rest of this day. And I will no longer trade my cash account. I said I was going to walk away, but that was insane. I hadn't seen nothing like that in forever, and they just swept that liquidity zone up there at the top. There was no way I was not going to trade that. If they would have went higher, I would have put myself back in the same pickle. I promise you, I promise you, I would have been in 16 contracts or 160 micros. That was insane just now. What I had just seen. I hadn't seen something like this in a while, so I shorted it, and I just tried to take 40 ticks to the downside. That was insane. I hadn't seen nothing like that in a while. So me sitting here and me teaching me myself a lesson, I was able to make $800 extra, $800 back. Now this $4,500 loss is very unfortunate, but it is a lot more palatable than me losing 15,000. I should be up 6,000, but I had to manage my risk, and I shorted it off this volume imbalance here. That's why I put this alert here that you're looking at now. There was an alert here, and I put this alert, and it displaced from this volume balance over here, and I figured that at least we're going to attack this small one and start to run this or whatever for the last 30 minutes of the day. I think they're done going higher for the day. I have no idea though. This is ridiculous. I haven't seen something like this in a while. And I saw this weird staircase and pattern they had going on over here, so I shorted. Hmm. That is impressive. Wow. Look at them. They have zero remorse, man. Look at them. They're attacking again. Like they are. Oh, I left for 1 second. Mel says, "Yeah, hello. I lost $4,500 that ain't cash. Not a good day. However, that is one payout from three of my accounts. Look at that. They're attacking again. What is going on with this vendetta? This market is trying to price that shit. I was one surprised if they go to 26,000. I keep on saying I'm gonna log off this screen, but they keep showing me reasons on this why I need to learn a lesson. So I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna watch this shit. I haven't seen something this bullish in a while. Jesus Christ, fire! Wow, holy shit, holy shit! I'm gonna log out of this account. No more. Wow. Yo, 100%. You gotta trust your analysis. Look at them attack again, Fire. Don't will just be as generational as these longs. Wow. Not gonna lie, I took one trade across 5 accounts for $50 a log of Green Day, and I'm done. Dean says, "Yeah." On what? Legacy Apex? Because I thought Apex moved it up to $150 or $200 or something. Must be Legacy Apex. Dean? TBT? Oh, okay. Yeah, call it a day. Yo, what up? Man, I don't think they're gonna respect this, but I don't think they're gonna respect this city. I think they're getting ready to squeeze us. They have a vendetta today. This market, huh? You said what code? Bro, they're going, bro. They are fucking going, dog. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, I still admit defeat today. I lost. Today was not a winning day for me. Two losing, two serious losing days in a matter of a week and a half, 2 weeks. However long ago it was, last week something. Week, yeah, week and a half. Well, week's worth of work trading. Where I admitted defeat. I gotta listen. I'm doing something differently. Best I be on alert for myself. I gotta put handcuffs on myself. I'm a normal person too. We in it. We all in this together. Look at that. They just inverse that. They just inverse that, Sibby. Oh my goodness, man. They're gonna take this shit to the all-time high, boy. I'm trying to tell you, that's where they're trying to go. Even if they dump this 1% tomorrow randomly for on nothing, we will be up 0.7% from where we were earlier. This is the effect of squeezing it in a straight line. Times down 340. They've just run out of time. I they've just run out of time to go higher. If this mark was open for another 2 or 3 hours, they would do this nonstop again. There's nothing to stop them except for time itself right now. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, this is crazy. In my opinion, it's the mental side of not having a max loss on a cash account, respectively. That's exactly what it is. Oh, you talk about me, Dean? Dean, you talking about me? Oh, that's why I lose. Yeah, yeah, 100%. That's exactly what it is. 100%. There is no difference. The market is indifferent. There's no difference. It's just that I'm just not respecting the risk parameters, and I'm not cutting my losers fast enough, and I'm making that mental error. That's it. That's all that is. That's exactly what that is, Dean. Because I'm blinded by the fact that where I think I could just keep going on and on. Like I don't mind losing, because I just because if so, then I would have like if so, then I wouldn't have taken then I wouldn't have registered that loss I took earlier and then reevaluated and cut it whenever they were dumping it. I wouldn't have done that. But my issue is I just think that I can keep going on and on because of my previous P and Ls based off of what I'm seeing. I might be able to convince myself that the FOMC day was an outlier. But then me falling victim to the same thing today, who can I lie to other than myself? Who can I lie to other than myself? I'd be kidding myself. Can't hear E no more. Just delete it and re-download the Discord. Can you hear me now, Trey? Can disc? Well, I can see my voice moving up and down inside Discord. I'm gonna unplug my mic and plug it back in. I hear you, but nobody else.
Oh, that's E not talking? Oh, I don't know. I can hear you, but E talking, I can't hear him.
You can't hear me? Test. MX, can you hear me? Trey
No, he's
Booger.
not saying anything. Maybe he stepped away for a little bit. I don't know.
Hmm. Issue with the Discord again.
You say you can hear E.
That's strange. That's
Oh, I
strange.
hear him now.
Okay, I left and I came back. I left and I came back. I had to close out my app. Hmm. Look at this boy. I hear all of you. Hmm. I left and I came back. Wow. This was a valuable lesson. If they close up here at the high on this 350 macro, they're going to squeeze us into oblivion like how they did yesterday. Then my prediction is if they close up here inside the zone for the 350 macro, they're going to squeeze it into oblivion, and then like 5 minutes before or 2 minutes before, they're going to give them one red dump candle like this, and then this right over here will be their gift for the day. After a long day of getting sodomized, including myself, because I can't make no jokes. I'm with them today. So they're going to squeeze us like this, and then for the last, I'd probably say it's either going to happen at 3:55 or it's going to happen at 3:59. You're going to get a huge red dump candle, and then that's going to be their gift for for them to close out. But based off where we've come so far, it's not going to do much. And then because we close so high up here inside the zone, what's then going to happen is because we close so high up here into the zone, what's going to happen is this is going to precipitate higher into the next day. So tomorrow is going to be another bullish day again, unless Trump says something overnight, which means that you're praying for him to do something crazy, which is unreliable. Don't do that. They got 4 minutes to dump this market and for me not to think that something like this is going to happen. They got 4 minutes to dump this from the zone. If they don't, if we don't close below this candle here, I'm going to assume we're going to squeeze higher for this 350 macro. That's what I'm going to assume. Okay, cool. Hmm. What adjustments do I need to make? Hmm. Markets are not moving normal, so we can't expect normal. Exactly. That outlier on that PPI was insane. I checked that this morning whenever we checked it for the pre-market plan before we started trading, and like I said, it was the most insane one in a year. It was an insane outlier. The market didn't expect that. That looked like correct. Expect the market to stall out slightly and time distortion to run rampant. I want to see what they're going to do for this 350 macro. That's what I want to see. Either way, I think 3:55 or 3:59 p.m. is going to be a dump candle, and that's going to be their gift. Either way, I just want to see what they're getting ready to do between from 350 to 355. That's what I want to see. So I'm forward testing the 350 macro right now in my mind. Who had this on their bingo cards today? Hmm. What a day. I lost. They got 30 seconds right now. If this candle right over here remotely turns green, I'm going to assume that they're going to shoot this higher for this 350 macro. If this candle right here turns green, I'm going to assume they're getting ready to squeeze higher. They got 12 seconds to dump this. You're about to see a god. The wick is going to print before the bodies, and they're going to flash this. Watch now. Holy shit! Look at that wick print before the body. Holy shit! They want to squeeze it higher. Holy shit! They're going higher. Yep. They're going higher. Just like I thought. Yep. Mm-hmm. They want to go higher. Yep. They want to go higher. They want to go 26,000. That candle did not turn red, and they squeezed it for this macro, and they're going to go higher. The next chance that they have right now is 355. They're going to go higher. They want to squeeze it into oblivion. They want to hurt you. Man, they want to hurt you. Look at that wick print. Be on alert now. Look at that. Holy shite. Wow. Now they want to dump. They're doing the unexpected. Wow. Look at that. They did it yesterday. They're not going to do it today. They're going to dump it for the 350 macro. Wow. They flashed it and they teased it higher. Now they want to dump. Wow. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Well, 350 macro was a dud mostly. Louis says, you think it keeps going long? Man, this is going to squeeze higher till tomorrow. Guys, I learned a valuable lesson today. Man, for the day, huh? I didn't learn, but I saw it. And I learned a few things today. They blew my mind today. $4,500 loss I take on my cash account. Cash. I admit defeat again today. One trade took me out. So that being said, guys, I'm still not going to change what I said at the end of every live stream. I'm still going to stay true. And what I'm going to stay true to is I believe in you and I love you. And guys, not every day is going to be perfect. I'm not a perfect person. I need to stop taking trades like that and scaling into more risky trades and figuring it out later on my cash account. That is proven that has proven terrible for me. But whenever I wait for something to materialize and I take it as though I have a limitation in regards to what I'm supposed to be trading for, the shit always works out. Whenever I just short it and figure it out later on my cash account, I end up getting into a $15,000 pickle. That has happened 2 days in a fucking row. It happened yesterday and it happened today. And I lost today and I lost a week ago doing that. That is ridiculous. What is with me? Why did I not learn from yesterday?
But you always short and then you finish. It's like, oh, I don't think you should short them until you establish.
Yeah. Man. So that's for sure I learned that. Um hmm. So with that being said, guys, I still believe in you and I still love you the exact same. As a matter of fact, I might as well stay on for the next 4 or 5 minutes, so I'm gonna just talk for a little bit. I still love you and I still believe in you the exact same. I appreciate everybody's support that's still here, that still believes. Obviously, I mean, you should. I mean, this is this this, this is the portion of transparency. So if someone ever says that they don't ever lose or they don't ever go through a few losses here and there and they have to correct those things, they're lying to you. So, you know what happens. But I appreciate everyone's support on the live streams. I appreciate everybody's help still inside Discord that wanted to help and sending out trade ideas and those things. Those things help for sure. But in any event, I love you guys and I believe in you. I'm going to walk away from the screen now. Holy shit, look at that candle. Are you kidding me? They shoot it up at 355. Oh my God. That was so impressive. I'm going to stay on for at least another 5 more minutes. I have to see this. Like, I cannot just turn my computer off. I have to see this. I have to see what they're getting ready to do here so that I can log this in my mind. They reversed it crazy. Swan, today is crazy. They can do the unimaginable. The market can stay irrational longer than you can remain solvent. This is a fact. That is crazy, dude. They're not fucking around today, Trey says. Absolutely. They're about to squeeze this higher. And they might want to go 26,000 on this damn Q, on this damn NQ boy. 28,000 on this NQ boy. Sorry, 26,000. Wow. I sold all my calls. Forget whatever is next after this crazy pump. That's crazy. Look at this, man. Can you believe it? The EOD will meet the HOD. It appears. They're squeezing it higher now. Wow. Be on alert for the 359 candle to be a dump. I think they got 2 minutes to pump this. Otherwise, there's going to be a big red candle at 359. That's what I think. Be on alert. No trades. Just watching and learning. Analyzing.
I took that trade. It was 106 to the upside. I got motivated with 106 to my position.
Good job. Wow. Look at that. Timestamp 357. Everyone's accounts have been blown. Who are shorting? Every single short is underwater today. Like, why would they not? Guys, listen. Expect a red dumb candle at 359. No longs. 359. Watch it. Why? Because that'll be their gift. That'll be their chance to get out. At least they won't realize full maximum loss up here at the HOD. They'll give them one gift on a pullback, and that'll be the last 60 seconds of the day. Watch. Watch them. Watch what they do now. Watch them. For what I've seen. Watch out. They want to go 26,000 on the NQ. Watch out. Watch out. This candle's about to be insane. Watch out. Don't fuck around with them. They want to go 26,000, they're going to dump it. I assume. Last minute of the day, the EOD meet the HOD. Wow. This is impressive. Boy, they're about to go 26,000. 25,999 is the high. They're going to go higher during Asia. Watch out for this candle to be dumped. Don't long this. No trade. Just watch and observe. Look at that candle. Wow. Can you believe it? Wow. 25,999. They're trying to go 26. Holy shit, they just took out 26,000. Watch out. Watch out. Wow. Watch watch this dump candle be their gift. Wow. Watch it. Watch them. Watch them dump it on this candle. Watch it now. Now watch them close it out and dump it. Something unforeseen. Watch. This will be their gift to get out. Then they're gonna go higher during Asia. The HOD met the EOD 2 days in a row. Can't believe we hit 26,000. Dev says. This is their gift now to get out. The red candle dump coming out. Why? Because market closed now. Wow. This is crazy. That is impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck around and find out. TJ says yes. Guys, remember I already said the spiel. I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 9:10 in the morning from Discord. 10 o'clock on TikTok. I gotta sleep this one off again. I'm gonna go take a nap. Shit. Damn. Yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow. We're ready to. Man, they created perfect equal highs. We ready, brother. Yeah. Tough last week for me. I took 2 days where I admitted defeat. That's rare for me. So if I take two losses within a span like that, to like 2 actual days where I go, man, you know what? I got cooked. I need to take a break from trading that style, from how I was trading, and I need to do what's been more advantageous, which are the prop accounts. So it is what it is. But that's what happens with transparency. It just happens with transparency. Because I'm not gonna hide my losses and only magnify my gains. No. You need to seriously understand what this journey takes. So
Appreciate you, E. Good job today, brother.
I appreciate that, TJ. All right, guys. I'll catch y'all later. Take care, big bro. All right, Dev. Yes, sir. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love all y'all, man. Be safe. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks, Luis. Peace, guys. Ryder says, all right, guys.